Can you hear me now? I bet you can. That is, I think, resolved. Let me know if you can hear everything. All right, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Sweet. So let me know what the audio mix is like. Like I said, this is my first time doing it, so I have no idea what it's like in live. Everything on the EQs looks like it's fine, but that obviously doesn't mean it is on your guys' end. So I think my wife is telling me she can't hear me. You can or can't? Interesting. Reading them said they could hear me now, I think. Dylan said he can. Let me see what your phone shows. Is it like... Hey, that's me. Interesting. I'll do a thing so I know where I'm at. I think your stream might be behind. Yeah, your stream is like well behind. Let's see. Isn't this exciting, everybody? Are you on Twitch or are you on YouTube? I'll just go to YouTube, maybe. I don't know. Because now your Twitch is like just stuck paused. That's cool.
Look, I'm Ken's wife.
You're Ken's wife. There we go. Let's see. So now I'm like holding. Yeah. You're just behind. Now you've got me like all jacked up. Okay. Cool. So I'm gonna get back to it. Anyway, so the plan tonight is to stream some stuff from Adobe Illustrator. I've got a series that I've been working on, which is the Sailor Scouts from Sailor Moon. So far I've done Sailor Moon herself, which, let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. Bam! There we go. So this is Sailor Moon that I finished maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that. And this is kind of the style that I'm moving towards, like a watercolor kind of effect in Illustrator. And then this is Sailor Venus is the other one that I finished. So that's kind of the look that I'm working on, kind of the style I'm going for with these. I tend to make all sorts of stuff, but this is what we're working on with this one. So we'll close that out. This is the start right here. I've already kind of done a couple of things. So these, so these guys, but I don't have any of the actual like finished ones for this group here. So just Sailor Moon and Venus. So tonight I'll be doing Sailor Mercury, so hopefully that'll be fun. But we'll see how that all goes. So, okay. Typically when I'm working on these, this like bright multicolored one, this is just kind of so that I can see where all the big shapes are at. So Illustrator is a lot of shape language. It's a lot of, let's wait these real quick. It's a lot of just using the pen tool to kind of get your big shapes blocked out, all that kind of stuff. And then all the shading and stuff is also shapes. So if you know anything about the... Oh, hey, I want to offer you a promotion. Look at that, guys. We're making it big already. We just got to go to Streamrise.com. No dot in there. Wonderful. I really think this is a legitimate thing. We're going to block that, though. Okay. Cool. Anyway, don't go there. Don't go to the scam site, everyone. But yeah, so everything though, like getting back to it, if you know anything about like basics of art, you have like shape language, line quality, color theory, things like that. And Illustrator is like 99% understanding shape language. Anything you do in here is going to be the pen tool, just drawing out these big chunky shapes and turning it into something. So I'm going to get rid of her background. I'm going to take off the texture and unlock that layer and kind of jump in here a little bit. So as we click and zoom in, what I'm doing when I do this, I'm double clicking, which is kind of selecting within a group. So you can see if I escape and I click once, you have the entirety of the character selected. That's what those red outlines are. So now I'll double click, I'm zoomed in on a group now, and click again. And so I have the group for the whole character kind of twice. I'll click one more time, and now we're more isolated. Here we are, we're in a group and this is just her face. So if I was to pull this away, this is the group that I'm looking into right now. Double click again, and now I can kind of see the individual components that make up Sailor Moon's face. I've set up a clipping mask, which is why if I drag these off to the edge, they get clipped off by that mask. But this is the shadow for her eye, the blush spot, the little three little jaggies that they do to kind of indicate blush in anime sometimes, the shadow on her neck, her collarbone, all that kind of stuff. Even within this group, there's more groups. So you have a group for her lips. You have, I believe, a group maybe for her nose. Yeah, there it is. All that kind of stuff. So, but we're going to be kind of working towards this kind of a design as we move forward. So undo all this, and actually even easier, we'll just close, don't save. I'm going to do this in a bit. Please seal her face. Because it's going to have some elements that are worth reutilizing. Hello, how's it going? It's got some elements that are worth reutilizing here, specifically on this color layer and the texture layer. So the textures have already kind of pre-set up on the other one, but on this color layer here, I'm going to steal this from myself like a criminal. And the reason I'm doing this is it's going to give me a good... Let's unlock that, turn that one on. It's going to give me a good base for the actual colors that kind of make up the Sailor, as far as skin tones and shadows and stuff. So I don't have to recreate those colors, but those gradients, I already just have them. So, but we're going to start in, let's go ahead and ungroup as much as we can. Control-Shift-G, that is the ungroup. Don't want the ruler. And so now, instead of having to zoom in and clip in a bunch of times, I can just click here and I've got all these groups available to me. They are still in the clipping mask, which is why they're staying together, but they are not grouped. So now I move in on this, move in on this, and here is where I'm going to start getting to work. So let's see, let's grab, I need to find, where is the base gradient for this character? It's going to be kind of buried in here. She may not even actually be there. There it is. So we're going to grab this. So this big thing here is actually a box. In this box, boom. We're going to go back. We'll just do that. Right click, make clipping mask. So this doesn't really look like I've done anything. But what I have done here is instead of having the face as a single color, now I have a box within the face that is the color, and this is going to act as my base color here, and I'm going to start adding on gradients as I move forward to kind of really define this face. So let's see, I'm not 100% where this is all going to wind up exactly yet. One of the nice things with Illustrator is like you don't have to be super precise as long as you have kind of an idea of what you're moving towards. You'll be able to kind of get there. So you kind of see like this is just a general thing for the shadow on the face, and this may move around, this may change around. As you can see, these points are super editable. So whatever you've got that you're working with, you can kind of mold it as you go. And that's one of the things I really like about this program. It's not necessarily the fastest workflow, but it's a pretty solid workflow to say the least, as far as like, I'm not really sure where I'm going. I know kind of what I want. Let's kind of play around with it and figure it out. So let's see. So looking at this, I know there should be, based on her head, kind of this side is going to be one in more shadow or less shadow, depending on where my light source is coming from. And actually, let's determine that first. So looking at my other Sailors, with Sailor Moon, my light's kind of coming from this direction, casting out on the character from this point here. It's like my primary light. Maybe it's a little bit more adjusted, so like this. There we go. And so we kind of want to probably mimic that similarly on the new character. So I'm actually should move the shadow to the other side. On Moon, you can see this is actually being used more as a highlight than a shadow. And this is one of the things with these gradients that you just kind of have to get a feel for it as you go. So I'm thinking another thing, actually, and this will probably help me define a lot too. On Sailor Moon, I'm going to steal her eyes. I may or may not use these exact eyes, but they're going to have elements that I want to use in them. And if we blow these eyes out so that we can kind of see all of the individual components that make it up, there's an upper eye shadow. This white, which you can't see if I drag it off, we'll turn it blue for now. This little dot here, this highlight here, the iris, and matching the iris's shape. This is a texture that I've created a while back. I created this actually by taking a picture of a tree trunk, a fossilized tree trunk at a museum. So that was pretty neat. And then you have each of the parts of her eyelashes here. So you've got this upper lid, the actual eyelash for the kind of the exterior here on your eye, kind of on this part, and then the top lashes, and a bottom lid / eyelash, and so that's kind of the blown out view. So all of these shapes here are what it takes to make a single eye for the character. The reason I bring this up is these eyes are already ready. One of the things I love doing in Illustrator, for better or for worse, is to just steal my own work. And these eyes, with the direction the character's facing, may or may not fit. We'll just kind of play around with it and see. But we can get a good feel for where her face is supposed to be, at the very least by taking these eyes and kind of positioning them in. And we may then go back out and kind of modify them a bit so that they fit better, or just recreate brand new eyes. So I can already kind of see, looking at where her headband is at, and where her ears are at. So typically with eyes, her eyes are going to match roughly the halfway point of the eye to the halfway point of the ear, and that's going to give you a good indication of where things should be in terms of lining stuff up. You can kind of see that here and on the other side as well, halfway to halfway. With this one, she's got a bit of an angle, so it looks a little bit higher possibly, but still pretty close, and you can definitely see it on this side, halfway to halfway. So taking a look at this, I've got her eyes like super high. It's kind of funky looking. And part of this is because on this face, the character's probably looking up a little bit. So we're probably going to have to go in and create some new eyes for her. But again, this at least gets us kind of a feel for where her face is at and where we're moving towards. So let's go ahead and start clicking. Click, click. And let's see. Similar with her nose. Her nose is probably going to be... So her nose is going to be covered, and this is kind of unfortunate with this pose, but her point for all this stuff, her nose and her mouth, are going to be covered up by these hands. So what's going to be good and bad with that? I mean, the good is you don't have to worry about drawing them this time. But the bad is, obviously, you're going to lose a little bit of that emotion, a little bit of that kind of feeling for that piece, for that character. I really feel like this should probably just be more like over here. I think that's part of it, yeah. That kind of looks a lot better. Again, we'll go through and we'll kind of adjust this a bit. So, okay. Let's see. Let's grab this here. Let's go in on the face. Go back one level. Don't forget your skulls. A lot of people, when they first start doing art, they tend to neglect that characters have a skull, and that is a pretty simple mistake to make, but it can be a risky one. In this, a lot of this cranium is covered up by the hair, so you kind of lose some of that, but it's definitely there. So let's move in anyway. Let's see. We're going to come over here, gradient tool, edit gradient, and we do want it to kind of travel from dark to light. There's a lot of power in this gradient tool, and there's a lot of little different options with it depending on what your goal is. You can use the round gradient and cast off from there. You can use the straight gradient and kind of adjust that way. Or you can use this freeform gradient. This one lets you select points and drop them wherever you want them to kind of redesignate. Like, oh, I want the blue in here, or I want some black in there, or whatever. And really kind of set your tones up. Most of the time when I'm working, I'm going to be using just the straight line gradient or the round gradient to cause like rounded objects to fall off. But these two gradients can really cover a lot of mileage. If you start getting super advanced with Illustrator and have nothing but time on your hands and a penchant for absolutely torturing yourself, you can also use a tool called Gradient Mesh. Gradient Mesh is kind of like a more advanced version of that freeform gradient. It lets you start designating all sorts of curves and points for your gradients, so you can use it to make really realistic stuff. How's it going, Miss Meowzilla? Good to see you. My wife told me that she was going to be sending some of her friends invites to this, so happy to have you on board. Right now I'm kind of working and playing around with some of these tools and just kind of explaining how they work. Not a lot of people are familiar with Illustrator, and even a lot of people that are kind of struggle with it, so I'm kind of just going through this stuff and hey, here's how it works, here's what I'm doing. So all right, let's move that there. This needs to kind of move up so I have a little bit more room. And this is kind of showing why I use the gradient or the clipping mask to do this stuff. I can just kind of freeform outside of this and don't have to worry too much about, like, you know, did I overshoot it? Am I matching up to this shape? Like, the shape is going to contain everything because it's a clipping mask. Anything I put inside of it's going to fit in the head. Any overspill doesn't really matter. And it also just gives you more room to manipulate this stuff. So like if I drag this point way out here, it's kind of doing the same thing as if I was to edit this gradient and drag this line way out here, right? Because it's making the shape bigger, so the relative gradient is getting bigger as well. So we're going to do that. Yeah, and that's already kind of starting to come together with that right there. Maybe move it over a little bit more. We kind of want it to divide the halfway line on her face. Something similar to that, maybe. Let's see. How about there? Let's see. So something else. I really feel like this eye is like in the right-ish spot, but not right. I think this goes back to, I think we're gonna have to redo this eye. I think this one's probably okay to just reutilize. Maybe turn it a little bit, kind of get it on that level there. This one we're probably gonna have to redo, so we'll see. Yeah, we'll probably redo that. So let's come back over here. What else are we gonna grab off Sailor Moon? We'll grab these cheek things just because they're cute and they don't really need to be redone. They're one of those things that once you've got it, you've got it. Put that there. Probably put that somewhere about right here. So now I'm going to use the flip tool, O on your keyboard. It's going to let me rotate it around, or flip it around, I should say. You can choose which axis you want to flip on, or if you want to use an angle. I'm just going to do it vertical right now. Hit copy, so that way I'm not losing the original, I'm just getting a second one. And I can kind of position it where I think it's going to make the most sense. Again, this is something that we can go back and edit at any point. Nothing's permanent. That's one of the best parts about digital art is you just have that freedom to kind of work with your piece and kind of mold it and shape it. You don't have to worry about like, oh, I made a mistake. Because mistakes are just an opportunity to go back and kind of clean things up a little bit. So I'm just going to get a little bit of adjustment. We don't want to spend too much time on these little things here right now. Little details are worth going back for, but they're not worth focusing on. So I'm going to go ahead and start grabbing the next split. So she's kind of got this piece up above her head. this kind of shows me actually looking at that headband there. It shows me that like I don't quite have the middle of her head defined quite right. It's going to be more to like here. Something like that probably. It's a little bit closer. You can see, yeah. So right there down the middle. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and grab this right here. We're not actually going to copy it. We're just going to get this so that we can steal the properties is probably the best way to put it. So that's going to include things like the color, the weight, which is like the thickness of the line. It's going to include the actual line shape. So there's in Illustrator, you have the shape of the line, which is like its overall as you draw here to here. Let's see. Oh, where did my line go? Oh, I'm in my clipping mouse, that's why. Let's get out of there. There we go. As you draw, you can kind of see how this goes thin to thick to thin to thick to thin. If I was to change this here, now it's just going to go thin to thick one time and then back to thin. Or I can have it have these kind of more rigid points, so it's going to be just thick all the way until the very end where it tapers. And you can kind of use this to imitate actual like drawing of a line, right? Because the human hand is going to have a little bit of variance usually, and more important than that, sometimes you just want to emphasize certain things. So something coming closer to the camera, you might have a thicker line on, and as it fades back away from the camera, you'll have a thinner line. And so for stuff like that, you could utilize, say, like the triangle, right? That shape will kind of define that. Then you also have kind of the texture of the line. So here on this, I've used a charcoal thin, and that's what gives it this kind of feathery, kind of rough edge on this one side. And it's got kind of the same thing going on with chunks kind of missing out on the other, but they're not 100% gone. And it's just kind of, again, imitating a lot of stuff in Illustrator is trying to imitate more traditional stuff. So, but we're going to go ahead and steal that quality for that. And now we can use this to kind of start putting on a couple of things. So on Sailor Moon, if I go back to her, while I have this more clean line here defining her eyelid, I have kind of another fold up there that's in the rougher brush, and over here that's in the rougher brush defining the space in between. On the bottom of the eyelid, similar thing there. We used it for the nose, any of these kind of facial details, and you'll notice that these lines kind of start disappearing as you get further and further into the piece. And that's because I really like to use these to emphasize the face and to give a lot more detail to the face to draw your eye up there. And they don't become nearly as important to defining kind of the rest of her body once you start adding in these textures, but they really do help to draw your eye up to where I want you looking mostly. So go ahead and get that, zoom it out. Here in a second, I am going to have to close that Sailor Moon line because these pieces start to really drag on my computer as I kind of get into them more. But this eye is just not going to work. We're going to take it off for now. So let's see what we got here. And let me do... Looking at something over here on the other screen. How's it going, Joey? Good to see you, sir. Yeah, so your eyes are kind of looking up that way. Let's jump back over this one. So, grab that line again. Let's maybe draw something for the nose here. And just kind of keep moving. I'm really bad about distracting myself, so you're gonna have Forgive me on that sometimes, guys. I've never claimed to be the fastest illustrator in the world. Just one of the illustrators in the world. So, doing amazing as always. Congrats on the new setup. Well, thank you. There's been a lot of time and unfortunately money put into this, so trying to do things professionally. I guess it's kind of a curse of mine. I'm not a fan of doing things halfway, and so streaming has been pretty expensive. And I am just now doing the first one, so you don't necessarily. Everyone keeps telling me you don't need to do, you know, over the top stuff. You don't need to get all the bells and whistles just to start off. But like I said, I'm kind of just never. I just roll with it. Oh yeah, okay. I just like to do things what I would say, not necessarily the right way, but like I don't know. I want to produce a product that I'm proud of, right? And I'm a bit of a perfectionist, for better or for worse. So. All right, so right here, I kind of have a general shape for her nose. I'll get back to this. And as you can see, like I mentioned earlier, like her hands basically cover up the nose. You're just not going to get a lot of that detail. And it is what it is. It's fine. But it's worth noting that that's going on. So there's just something awkward about... Let's go back in on this head. There's just something awkward about it. I think her ears are too low. Now that I'm really looking at this, I think that might be part of it. Like this ear here does not make sense where it's at. I think it needs to be up more. Maybe even a bit wider. So again, Illustrator, you just redefine. It's okay. If something's not quite right, just kind of tweak it. Eventually it'll get there. Like this right here, this is a really hard line in on her. So we're gonna pull that back up. Bring that up a little bit. Does this look... Yeah, that actually helps quite a bit. Kind of moves her face a little bit. Kind of line this up a little better. Let's go ahead and just do a quick reflect, copy. Yeah, now her eye actually has room to live on her head. Hey, look at that. So normally I would definitely not recommend just rotating an eye. It's kind of a terrible option. And like I said, I'll probably go back again at some point and create a new one, but I really want to try and get a feel for where her face is supposed to be. And this is something that if I had drawn line art originally, I wouldn't have this problem. But for this piece, I started it so long ago, I don't think I even have the line art anymore on it. I have no idea where that file went to. But I did have the bases saved off, so I'm just kind of molding and shaping with these, and kind of as I go, I'll kind of work it out. But there we go. So that's kind of there. We're going to grab another gradient color, kind of start applying this where her nose is at, and I would say it even could start a little high and come out and in and up. Something like this maybe. I'm going back in on the face, paste it in, drop it below this line. Take that there, drag it over. Get those to line up. There we go. And I know I said it earlier, but Illustrator really is a lot of just learning your pen tool and learning how to manipulate these lines. There's just nothing quite... there's just no tool that's going to get you by like the pen tool. It's really your bread and butter. So there we go. That's gonna... I forgive some of my keystrokes. I kind of misfire there. Yeah, it's really what's gonna get you going in here and allow you to kind of function and work. Without the pen tool behind you, you have no hope. So, and I think it's really what a lot of other artists kind of struggle with when they start working on Illustrator, is that the pen tool is kind of unforgivingly unwieldy, while at the same time being one of the most precise tools in the Adobe suite. you're either going to get it and it's going to click and you're going to start really moving and grooving and meshing with it, or you're going to be completely lost and just have no idea what you're doing, and it's going to feel terrible. There is not a lot of in between with this. It feels maybe a bit, we're not trying to make her eyes look all sunken in and depressed. We're just trying to add a little bit of shadow to where her eye socket is on the skull. There we go. Something like that. We'll go back to grabbing our Y here and start kind of defining here. Something like that. Grab that. Paste it in. And we'll do another one up here. It's probably a little bit big. There we go, that arc feels a little better. And I might should, let's go on this one. I might should kind of explain another little thing with these colors. So the way that this is all ultimately going to work on this color layer, if I click in on it, I go to transparency and I click in on it. Right now everything is set to normal. However, if I come over here, with Sailor Moon, and I click in on her, the eyes are set to darken. The all of this stuff is kind of set to darken. But the overall layer, and this is the important part, is overlay. So overlay is kind of an interesting one. Basically, the way these layers work, they help you to define the properties of the color on that layer. And an overlay layer is going to catch certain colors and emphasize them, highlights and emphasize them, shadows and emphasize them. But it's going to do it while making them semi-transparent, which is why when you come over to Sailor Moon again, you can see this texture underneath her. It's because this color layer is an overlay. And so it is overlaying on top of all of this texture below it. And it's transferring its color properties and some of its lighting properties, but it's not transferring 100% of it, and it's allowing whatever's underneath it to show through and to give it a bit of its own emphasis. Meanwhile, if I come back over here and I go to the texture layer is just normals. Everything here is just normals, and we'll get into how these textures all work later. These are kind of a combination of color and of, or not color, of value, I should say, which is like your blacks and whites, and shading, while also just giving the piece a bit of texture. But because there are so many of these points in here, this is one of the things that has just absolutely killed my computers in the past, and why I had to get a new laptop this last year. There are probably more efficient ways to do this, but I really like having everything as a gradient or as a vector. I really like not having to worry about losing that effect and worry about scaling my images. When everything's a vector, you can stretch it infinitely large and you'll never lose your quality. So that's kind of the idea with that. But going back, the way that these color layers work, I'm using an overlay so that they're semi-transparent to get the texture underneath them and bring it forward. So that way you can kind of get this like watercolored effect. Where if someone had looked at this, they'd probably be like, how'd you do that with vector, right? Which is always kind of what I'm trying to push towards, is like, I want my stuff, when people look at it, to be like, how did you accomplish that with the tool you're using? That's absolutely nuts. Okay, yeah, that feels better. So anyway, we'll get back in on here. So again, all that is to kind of say, like, these are going to eventually provide that kind of blending mode to the texture that's going to go underneath Sailor Mercury here. I kind of feel like this isn't lined up quite right. So we're going to use this called skew. This is like the skew tool, I think is what they call it. Or free transform. Sorry, this is the free transform. We're going to use it to skew this here. So there we go. just drop the back behind her hair. There we go. That kind of puts it more in line with the way it should be, I think. And we may even move it forward. Let's move that. Okay. Cool. You can hopefully see how this is starting to come together as a face, right? Kind of see all the shadows and highlights and stuff, how they're kind of starting to fall into place. We're just going to straight up steal the blush off of her cheek and transplant it right into Mercury here, because blush is one of those things that just is pretty, like, I wouldn't say it's universal, but the pattern, the shape, the gradient, it's pretty applicable to just bring over. There's no reason to recreate it. You've already done it once, and it is ultimately just like a circle. It is ultimately just a circle. Right. Let's bring that up above. So we may need to change the blending mode a bit. Let's see. It's a circle gradient. There we go. That's the words I'm looking for. How's everyone doing, by the way? I haven't really haven't seen too much going on from the chat, and I like to keep y'all involved. I really appreciate everyone stopping by. So, paste, flip. There. This doesn't feel like it's quite blending right. Where I have this set as this is on darken. That's probably why. Is this on darken? Yeah. Okay, what's this one on? This is on normal. This is also on normal. These are just not getting quite the same as I would have expected. Edit gradient. Let's see what we're working with here. So I have a bit offset there. I wonder if my colors are just not quite the same. Ooh, yeah, that feels different there. Edit gradient. Yeah, that's the problem. Not bringing enough shadow on that. There we go. Now we can kind of catch that low light there. All right. Maybe do the same on this one. I feel like maybe I'll stretch this out just a bit. It's gone a bit too far. Edit gradient. Let's actually move that up a little bit. I think that eye is probably better when it's a little lighter. So we just don't need all that detail on that, or all that darkness on that. Alright, so let's take a look here. So her ears are a little bit different shape than Moon's. But you kind of have the same pattern. Ears are tough. I struggle with ears sometimes. There's kind of the same pattern where you have this inner line that kind of this is where it's kind of meets your head, and then it kicks back in, and that's kind of this little piece right here. And then on the opposite side, you've got kind of a curve that's going to come out, and it's going to kind of come to almost a point, even not quite, but almost. It's going to curve back up and back down. This is the inner part of your ear, so coming up in here. And there's kind of this Y shape that it makes, where it meets the that inner line. And then coming up from the top, you're going to have this here, which is going to then kind of follow down and turn into your earlobe. So this is kind of a general shape that you're going to have. And sticking into here, you're going to have another little bump, a little line. And this is kind of the general shape inside of an ear. This is where like your ear hole's at, going into your ear canal. And then it's just shading and shading and shading to get more definition on that. That's not a terrible ear for something floating in the middle of space. But you have this kind of same shape in most people's ears. You know, there's deviations everywhere. Maybe you don't have as much of a lobe. Some people, their ear and their lobe just kind of go together and they're just connected to the head. But other people have that more defined earlobe there like that. Some people's ears are thinner, you know, just like every part of the body. Not everyone's exactly the same. But we do share some characteristics. It's kind of part of what makes us human. I can definitely tell this ear shape that I have here is not correct. This is just like a general kind of like, this is where the ear is going to wind up. So we're going to start kind of defining this shape actually, probably. So we're going to make it a little bit more specific. And again, going back to pen tool, pen tool, pen tool. So I have a shape that I am not happy with. I want to modify that shape. And with the pen tool, I can do that. So by having the shape selected, I can click on my ear here. Click there, boom. And add another point. And I'll probably add another point here. This will let me kind of kick it in. Kind of redefine some stuff here. Give her a bit of a lobe. It's probably a good idea. And we're starting to kind of get the right shape. Not quite right. We're getting there. There we go. And then because of the angle of her head, this actually should probably be a little bit closer in. So I'm going to click some of these points here. I'm just going to move the whole ear a little bit. And I'm going to drag that up a little, drag this down a little bit maybe. There we go. There we go. There we go. And we're starting to make some progress with that. There we go. That's a little bit more of an ear shape, I would say. We may go back in and, you know, still not quite. This needs to be just a little bit more of an angle, because I really want that to have kind of a point, not a point like an elf or anything, but just kind of like a cap to the top. Something like that. Okay, that'll work for right now. Oh, actually, let's see this maybe. Kind of free flow right now. Just kind of not really 100% sure how I want this to shape out. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So I may decide something looks good and then kind of zoom out a bit and look at it again. There's a lot of that, a lot of zooming in and out. Another thing that's helpful that I don't do nearly as much as I should is flipping the whole canvas. Just having your whole canvas defined. Yeah, we do the conventions. It's a lot of fun. So I think it's more fun for her. I tend to just work the booth, but that said, like, one of my favorite things is talking to people and just kind of going over like, yeah, this is what I do, this is how I do it. She gets to go and like meet the celebrities and watch the panels and all that stuff, so pretty neat. All right, there we go. So now I'm actually pretty happy with the shape of this ear. So I'm just going to go through here and kind of trace over my own shape that I have made. I could also just steal the lines, like copy and paste the lines, but I kind of like how these aren't 100% exact to the shape of the ear. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to come in here, we're going to paste it down, and probably like drag it in a little bit, because again, the point of this piece right here is just to help define the shape and bring attention to the head. Actually, speaking of conventions, we just got some good news today. We were accepted to Fan Expo Dallas, which is one of the bigger conventions, if not the biggest in terms of like comic books and stuff in Texas. So that's pretty exciting. We were definitely not expecting to get in when we first went ahead and did the application, but we were hopeful. It's just so big. It's one of those things like you either get in or you don't, you know. So let's see. Didn't really hack with that one. We need to do. Let's go ahead and just define this piece here. So this is kind of talking. Yeah, Fan Expo is absolutely huge. What kind of stuff does your daughter draw and create? Like, what kind of costumes is she interested in? She did a Bluey. Oh my gosh. So my old supervisor for the position I had a while back is absolutely obsessed with Bluey. He has like I think a 2-year-old now, 1 or 2, and yeah, just absolutely insanely obsessed. So the dad, that is, not the kid. The kid likes Bluey, but Marshall is obsessed with Bluey, and specifically the Bluey theme song, and the music in general, but the Bluey theme song. He had it as like his ringtone for a hot minute there. Pop-up squirrel. Bluey is amazing. It's also like, I think, one of the only shows that my kid and his cousins can agree on watching together. Otherwise they always want to fight about like, oh no, we're gonna watch this or that. No, just watch Bluey, you'll all be happy. Alright, let's click that there. Cool. So yeah, now we're starting to get some of the shapes out here. So let's see. I actually have a couple of Pokemon pieces I did as well, so if she likes Pokemon, I got this one here, which is part of like a series. Bob's Burgers. Let's go. I love Bob's Burgers. So these are some of the Pokemon ones I did, and then this one's a little out of place, but it's probably my favorite one. This is one I just finished like back in like October, I think. So it's Cynthia and Garchomp. But anyway, getting back over here. Delete that out. Let's see. So what's next for her face? Probably like a little drop shadow here. So she's got this kind of a headband thing going on here. So we're gonna do that and this. Thank you, I appreciate it. Click there, here, and then bam. Bring it in, paste it down. Maybe a little bit too dramatic. Doesn't need to be a huge shadow, but again, since we're covering it up, we're utilizing layers. Let's go layers. And then we can do our gradient edit. And I want it to be dark to light. Actually, probably dark to light like this. Yeah, something like that. There we go. And we'll have a similar thing here on the hair. It is a lot of time and hours spent learning what I feel like is a pretty neat skill, but like I ultimately never expected it to turn anything or into anything. Art for me was always just like this thing that I enjoyed doing, and it's been really cool like actually seeing it become not necessarily like a major revenue stream or anything, but just like something that other people appreciate that I do, and like getting to see people like like I said earlier, like, we go to these conventions and talking to people is probably my favorite part, because I get to like interact with all these people and see them be like, your art is super cool. And before this, whenever I would make stuff, I always just expected the internet was gonna like either hate it or think it was super mid and just be like, it's fine, whatever. But like getting to see people actually enjoy what I make has been kind of a cool experience, and something I never thought I would really get to do when I was younger. So yeah, it's been fun. Edit gradient. So here we're gonna invert this gradient actually, I think. Edit. Because I kind of want it to kind of mellow out here, but I want it to like still have some shadow to it. And we definitely want it just above this top skin tone layer. Probably need to pull this. Well, let's see what it looks like when we... It's not giving quite the effect. Let's go back to the shadow, or the straight line. The gradient. Yeah, probably more like that's better. There we go. So, and what we're doing here, her hair would have cast a bit of a shadow on her face, and so we're kind of bringing that shadow onto the face. Her bangs are going to do the same. And yeah, so we're just kind of adding that in there. So now we've kind of got that going. Been kind of neglecting this half of her face, but again, the light would be coming. But I'm not sure if everyone was here when we first kind of started talking about it, but the light's going to be kind of coming like this. Edit gradient, like that, right? And so it's going to be hitting her on this side, bam, on this side of the face. So this side's gonna this side maybe needs some highlights. It's probably what we need to do here in a minute. It's not as much shadow. Let's see. Oh, her ear. That is actually one spot that we'll need some shading. It's inside the ear. So we're gonna come in and just start dropping that shape in there. And this gets back to what I was saying earlier. Again, shape language is 100% of Illustrator. Everything is shapes. So I'm making a shadow right now. That's a shape. Let's see. Why is this gradient that color? It should be like this. But it should be coming out that direction. It should probably be under. This may be a little too hard to say though. There's something else that I haven't considered. Is her whole head should have a gradient going on, honestly. Not a ton, but definitely should have one. Let's see, which direction do we want? Maybe something like that. And then I'll set it to like, I don't want it on normal. Maybe set it as an overlay on the overlay. Sometimes I have to play around with these to find what I'm really looking for. I feel like overlay is probably right, and then I just added the gradient again to make it so that the darker parts come across. This will give it a little bit of a drop off, a little bit of a color drop off. Yeah, probably actually just like make that not so light. That's probably what we should do. So I'm going to start playing with the color a little bit here. I want yellow. Maybe more of a purple. No. Let's go back to white. Let's just shift it over a bit. I feel like it's just too light considering how dark that is. Oh, you know what though? Her hair should be casting on the other side. I haven't done that yet. Let's see where that gets us. We'll play with the gradient again here in a minute. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Here. And so whenever I'm doing these shadows, they're kind of just slicing in and out next to, but not on the same pattern as the top of her actual hair here. And this is because the hair is obviously casting down onto these. So, and maybe I guess it goes behind the ear. So we'll go like that. Bring it back up, close it off. And we're going to bring it back into our mask, paste it down. Let's make sure we're just hitting the whole head. Most of that's going to be covered anyway by the hair, but we just want to be sure we got the right stuff going on there. Something like that. There we go. It kind of helps to bring that out. Let's move it just a bit more darkness. There we go. Get off that top strand. Zoom out. Yeah, so that's looking pretty good. So one thing, like I mentioned earlier, that I like to do, let's move this over here. One thing that I like to do, that I don't do enough, but that I should do more often, is what is grabbing over here? Oh, it's these blue lines. Okay. We're going to take this character and we're going to flip her. And the reason you do this is because when you've been looking at something for long enough, your eyes kind of go blind to like what you're missing. And so by flipping it, I can look at it and be like, oh, there's a mistake here. And so like, I think maybe this headband is still, like, it almost feels a little flat to me. So I'll probably go back over on this other one. Go back over on this other one here and edit that a little bit. Let's grab that, let's grab that. I think it feels flat because it's not actually at the right angle quite. That's definitely not right. There we go. That feels better. Okay, cool. So let's see. We're starting to get that. I think our heads get pretty close, honestly. Let's see. Let's go over here. Just have some the ability to source from it. Let's see. Yeah, she's got a little bit of that whiteness on her. Like that. Okay. So yeah, I think this head's getting pretty close here. We'll do a little bit more shadow on the ear. Look at how Sailor's is. Well, did I color darker? No, I just kind of gradient it out to, okay. So we'll do a similar thing. Yeah, so we'll do kind of just in here. We're just going to add some general darkness in here. I don't want to join two things. Stop joining groups. Bad Adobe. There we go. I keep clicking on an open path, and that's what's causing that error. It's not a big deal. It's easy enough to just be like, nope, stop. I don't care, Adobe. You're wrong. There we go. It's kind of so. This is just adding some depth to this right here. But anyway, just tell Adobe it's wrong. Move on with your life. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm checking some messages. I don't care about saving that one. Okay. Okay, anyway, back over here. Let's see. So, I think, like I said, I'm pretty happy actually with how this face is coming along. And I may go in and kind of tweak the eyes a little bit here in a bit, but I think they're honestly positioned pretty okay. Not too bad. Let's see, maybe if we slide that over a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So, with that said, I'm going to lock the color layer for now. I'm going to get rid of Sailor Moon's head. We don't really need that anymore. I've got most of the pieces I need from it. I'm going to lock the color layer, make the texture layer visible, and we're going to kind of start moving in on that texture layer. So let's move these over. So these are textures that I've kind of preset and that I've created. The way that I made these was pretty much going online originally, just looking up like watercolor images. We'll do like watercolor, I don't know, mark maybe, something like that. And then I find some of these watercolors here. I'll copy that, copy image, bring it over here, paste it in, and now I have this watercolor here, but this obviously is not super usable. So the next step would be to do an image trace, and I'm going to hit it with shades of gray, and that's going to essentially copy the watercolor, but turn it into a vector. I'm not 100% thrilled with how this turned out as far as the amount of detail it has and kind of how blobby it looks, but you can kind of tweak that. You can give it more paths, less paths, more corners, less corners, and as you add to that, add to the noise, reduce the noise, you can start getting closer and closer to kind of what you're looking for. And then once you have a texture you're happy with, expand it out and click in on it. Select the white, select whole white, load away, select all. There's just not, it's not a lot of the same color exactly, but you can go in and start cleaning it up as you want. But that's kind of how I get to these textures that I'm using. Back out of that. These are ones that I've found to be pretty useful, especially this one and these two. I use these a lot. This one would be more useful if there was kind of like some holes or something, but like I don't have a lot of holes or hills or anything like that. I'm mostly looking to get a gradient from light to dark, or a gradient from light to dark on a circle, right? On a sphere, more accurately. These are a little bit more controlled versions of this one, but there's a couple of spots on this one that really make the watercolor effect kind of sell, and that is, part of that is these like light edges to dark edges where it almost looks like it's over bleeding into spots, or where it was bleeding and then it kind of mellowed out really quickly at the end there, and that really gives you some really pretty kind of effects throughout. So see if I can find a good spot. So like in here, this is the edge of one of those textures, running along there. But yeah, so we're gonna start with this. We'll start with this actually. Come up here, turn the color layer off. Actually, let me turn my reference layer back on. I'm gonna need to still my reference for myself. Oh, her ear has changed actually. So I'm gonna need to steal a clipping mask for myself. Let's click in. Let's copy that head shape. Let's lock that back and hide it. Paste. Oh, no, move down a layer. There we we go. Just gonna color it red for right now. And I'll take the rest of my reference here. You can see how much this ear changed while we were working on this. And this one as well, like her ear moved, I don't know, 2-3 inches up. And this one completely changed shape. So nothing's permanent, right? That's kind of what we're doing here. So, okay, so let's get back to our reference. We'll lock that for a second. Copy the reference layer, lock that, hide it again, come back to the texture layer, unlock it, paste the texture layer down, click this head, make it yellow, steal it, click in, delete this head, paste this head, click out. We need to do the same for our, let's go back to color, like that. We need the same for our headband since it also moved a bit. Copy that. Lock it, unlock it, move back in. Didn't move a lot, it moved enough to matter. Delete that. Cool, my OneDrive signed out. I don't really care. Okay. Just do that in blue, do this in red. None of these colors matter. This is just so that I can see what has changed. There we go. That's weird. What is this? Oh. Yeah, you can see how much it shifted there. Okay, that's why. Okay. So now we've got everything kind of lined back up. Anyway, let's grab this. Come in on this. Paste. Send that out some. And we're going back to, you guessed it, clipping masks. Okay. So with just that one shape there, I've already captured kind of the same idea of all that shading that I did previously. It's not nearly as dramatic, it's not nearly as intense, but I have added quite a bit in the way of shading. Now, the only problem is it's a little bit light, and because this is now an overlay layer, things are kind of, I don't know how to put it, ghosted, like they don't look strong enough. So I'm gonna go ahead and open this back up, so we'll hide that. We'll come back over here, unlock the layer again. And I'm going to use this one to start kind of bringing in some darkness and some spots. So let's see, where is her eyes at? Rotate. Actually, let's give it kind of a more of a hard shadow too. So I'm going to bring that somewhere like there. Probably be good. Okay. So I can, now that I've got my reference kind of spot selected, paste that back down there. Move this over. Kind of have it follow along. Maybe bring it under. Yeah, bringing it under probably works better. Do the same thing up here. I'm just trying to kind of get a general shape here. That. Now if I turn this layer back on, you can see it darken up a little bit. And these eyes are still, let's see, it's like that. And this. Let's see, why are the eyes not, I bet they're not supposed to be in. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. So the eyes are sitting on top. Outside of the overlay. That's what I thought. Okay. Cut. Paste. There we go. There we go. So now we're starting to get the colors that we should have. What color are her eyes anyway? Looks like they're still blue. Let's see. What is the new Sailor Moon have her eyes looking like. Close that one. Sailor Mercury. Sailor Mercury. Hurry. There we go. Images. What was it? 20. When did this new one come out? Was it 2020? 2021? Blue Sailor Moon. 2021. Okay. There we go. Okay, so the new version has some dang bright blue eyes, that's for sure. Okay. So like that pretty much across the board. Yeah, they're almost like, yeah, they're pretty vivid. So let's go back over here. These are much darker, but I kind of like the look of the new ones more. Like it's just a little more colorful. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select her eye, the irises for her eyes, and we're gonna do maybe something a little more like that. So it really brings that out. I'm gonna go in on this texture here. I'm going to select something a little less. Needs to be a little more dark than that. Maybe a little less. Let's see. We'll use that as a jumping off point. There we go. Maybe, yeah, maybe like that. I think that's gonna work pretty well. And you know what? Let's go one darker. Let's go one darker. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Paste that in. There we go. Now we kind of got the right color for her eyes as well. Let's see. Still want to add some texture on that side, so we're going to go lock the color layer, hide the color layer, unlock the texture layer, go back in the texture layer. A lot of just moving between layers when you start kind of messing around with this. Paste that in. Scale it up a little bit. And then I'm thinking, honestly, probably just get like a little bit on the, turn the color layer back on. And you can see like when you're on that first layer, it looks super dramatic having this texture underneath just like by itself. But then when you add it to this overlay layer, it really kind of just like it just adds some texture, it just adds some little bit of flair. It's not nearly as dramatic as it is right here. Like this looks super dark and just like out of place, and on this it's just kind of like a little bit of accent on her cheek maybe. Let's even rotate a little bit more, because I don't really want that hard point that almost make her cheek look sunken. But something like that, you know, we're just kind of implying that the cheek rounds off and rolls off a little bit down onto her jaw. So there we go. It's starting to look pretty good. Probably go one more of these even. Let's paste that in, because she does have that hairline, right? So we want to make sure that her hairline up here has a little bit of that darkness on it as well. Scale this up a little bit. Rotate. Oh no. Rotate. There we go. And this is why we lock those layers when we're not working in them. It lets me manipulate the stuff on this lower layer underneath this other layer, so I can kind of see what effect my textures are having on my colors and all that kind of stuff. So, all right. Zoom out here. Yeah, I think that's starting to really come along there. I think that's really starting to look like kind of the same effect as the other ones. So cool. Very cool. So let's zoom back in. Lock a layer. Unlock the color layer. Let's probably move on to hair, I guess. That's probably the next big one. Usually the face and the hair. We don't need to say moon, but I do want to close it before things start getting out of control. Usually the face and the hair are really big for defining an anime character, defining like their personality and who they are. A lot of anime, they have they call it same face syndrome, where the artist kind of just draws the same face over and over and over and over and over again. There's nothing wrong with that by any means, but it is something that kind of comes up, I think, a lot more in anime than it does in other mediums. You know, let's move out of that. I think we may, yeah, I'm going to do this. Let's see. We'll paste these on here. Let's see, we want to make sure that they show up. So right now, what I just did is I dropped everything. Yeah, these need to go on top entirely. I dropped everything down to different layers within the layer. So Illustrator is kind of unique in that sense, where in most programs you have like a set of layers. But in Illustrator, every shape is a layer. And you can kind of see that over here on the side. Since every shape is a layer, you're able to kind of shuffle things around pretty dramatically. So, but this needs to come up to like here, and then just actually be deleted down here. Yeah, because I want these on top so that they aren't drowned out by the shadow, or by the overlay effect. Okay, so anyway, let's get to the hair. Select all this. Your hair is made up of quite a few pieces. It's not just one big shape, it's actually a few shapes. And so I'm going to come down to this layer. Start coloring those in. Not so distracting. And they're orange, they're hard to see. Let's just make that yellow. Okay. So, hair. How are we going to do hair? Hello, how's it going, redneck girl? Let's see. Let's start doing shadows and highlights in the hair. So with hair, typically you're going to have a set of shadows, highlights that you're working towards. On this one, there's basically one color for shadows that's just a darker, yellow or brown, and then one color for highlights, which is a gradient going from white to yellow. You're going to emphasize where the light hits, kind of imitating strands. This is pretty common anime kind of look. So instead of doing individual strands of hair, you kind of do these big bulky highlights where light's hitting a section of the hair. And same thing with shadows. When you do the tips of the, the under tips of each of these kind of bigger chunks of hair, you do the under layer right here. And kind of get that all squared away. But yeah, so this is kind of what we're looking at doing similarly over here with her. Now the question is, what colors are we going to use? And what gradient are we going to use? And this actually may be... Yeah. You know what? We're just going to start with white. It's probably not the color we're going to stick with. It is the color we're going to start with. So we need to kind of define where each section of her hair is. So I'm thinking you're going to have a piece that's maybe here. And we'll kind of do something like this with it. Boom. 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 And it really is just a lot of trial and error. There's some thought, you know, behind where each thing's going, but nothing too in depth. I'm just kind of thinking the lights hitting this band of her hair here. And as a result, we're going to have this little strip of highlight here. And again, because of the way that they simplify hair in anime, that strip of highlight is going to turn into just kind of a ziggy-zaggy pattern right here. Boom. 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 There we go. Yeah, it's not too bad. We'll probably have a smaller version of the same thing over on this side. Just adding zigzags. And the more that you kind of work in, not just Illustrator, but just kind of work on art in general, the more you kind of start to realize that there's patterns that you can really reuse over and over and over again. And this zigzag kind of shape is one that you use a lot when you start doing like anime kind of stylized hair. It just keeps coming back over and over and over again. I'm not entirely sure why. So there it is. And you can kind of see here's the same kind of idea, just zigzags in and out and in and out and in and out, up and down on her hair, and creates this kind of lit ring around it. And similar to what we're about to start doing here as well, on the bottom of each of these larger kind of clumps of hair that's representative of kind of strands, you've got a dark shadow going on as well. Same deal here, zigzags for days. Maybe a couple little individual streaks, that might be something to visit too, or something like that. But then on the underside, you'll have just these kind of points going here, covering the underside of her hair. So from this image, she must be getting lit kind of like this. So here's your point of light coming down onto her like that. And so that's why this part of the hair is in shadow, this part of the face is in shadow. It's because the light's kind of hitting from the top back and then casting a shadow on her face from her own hair. So anyway, so we got that. Visiting this, I'll turn that off now. So we really just want to focus on our colors right now, making them match. So this should not really be white. What it should be is a gradient from white to blue, and the blue should be about the same as her actual hair. Probably an opacity of 0 because we want it to fade in. Hit the edit gradient and maybe do something kind of like, let's get a really hard white on the top and fade it a little bit on the bottom. Put it in there as well. Edit gradient, do the same kind of deal here. More hard to the top, lighter to the bottom. There we go. And I actually kind of like this blue for this, so I'm just going to start flicking our hair so that we don't have to worry about our eyes. Start here. There we go. So this is this not coming out darker? Oh, it's because this is, no, it should be darker. So, there we go. Okay, so this is another opportunity to kind of show you guys another useful tool that I sometimes use, although it's probably better to make this a clipping mask in the long run. But I do want to kind of go over, this is another tool that I feel is very useful. It's called Shape Builder. You get to it with Shift M, and the Shape Builder tool is going to let you basically kind of use shapes to either punch things out of other shapes or to add to other shapes or anything like that. In this instance, we could use it to select the hair, select this overlap or this shadow that we made, and then by holding Alt, bam, I can trim, and now this shape matches perfectly against the edge of the shape that it was trimmed from. Now that said, similar to how I did the face, I think the hair is going to benefit from just being done in clipping masks. So we're going to come back in here, we're going to paste these down, we're going to select this color, we're just going to make a big box, drop it down, select all of this stuff, and clipping mask. Oh, wait, this to the top. There we go. So whenever you make a clipping mask, everything you have selected will be grouped into and trimmed by whatever's on the top. So in this case, it's the same color right now, so you can't see it, but the very topmost item I have selected is the hair shape that I want to make the clipping mask out of. So I'm going to select the color that I want the back of the hair to be. I'm going to select my highlights that I've done and the one shadow that I've done, as well as the main shape of the hair. You can see each of the outlines for each shape. Right click, make clipping mask, bam. And so now, instead of having a blue piece of hair with just stuff sitting on top of it, I have a blue piece of hair that is a shape, and then I have colors that are inside of it. So just like we did with the face, clipping masks, super useful, and they help you to kind of contain shapes. So now we've got that. Anyway, so let's keep going with these shadows. This clip group here. And these shadows should also ultimately become gradients again, because we are using these gradients to imitate like bleeding over, basically like blending. That's probably a better way to put it. We're using them to represent like blending if in traditional painting. So yep. So let's go ahead and start kind of working towards a gradient, actually. There we go. Oh, you can't edit it that way. You gotta go one at a time. One at a time. Dark to light. Dark to light. Dark to light. There we go. So now you kind of see, just like we did with the shape of the face, just like we did by adding some shadows to it. And we're not doing anything super detailed here, because part of our structure is going to come from the texture too. But just like we did with all that stuff before, we're doing it now with the hair, and we're kind of defining these spots. So maybe do that, tweak it a little bit. Nothing's permanent, you know, we keep coming in and making these changes, but we're starting to give some volume to it. By doing this, there's a clear top of the hair and bottom of the hair, and they meet at this dividing line where the next strand of hair starts. They're also defined by these zigzaggy highlight kind of spots here. And so we're just going to keep going across this hair and adding these shapes to define more and more of the volume of the hair. And while we're doing that, as long as we're working within the clipping mask, we don't have to worry about anything overhanging, which is super convenient. Really, really grateful for that feature. So this one's a little bit tougher because the hair is coming out from her widow's peak. So like I've got one here. It's coming out from her widow's peak, up, over, and so we need to kind of define a bottom and a top to it. And the bottom of the widow's peak is actually being defined by this under here. So all of this is kind of the top of the hair, but then it curves back down. So what are we going to do for that? Well, I guess we're just going to kind of pick a spot. We're going to start just playing with it. See if we can't figure out what we think looks best as the bottom. So let's go get here. There we go. Now we're clipped onto that point. I'll probably just do something like this. Yeah. Just close it off. And this may be a little too dramatic of a... Yeah, that probably works. Alright. And let me catch up with some messages real quick. There we go. Let's click here. Side here. Boom, boom, boom. Close it off. So some things that you may or may not have been noticing with this tool. This is the pen tool, right? So I have a lot of control over how different angles kind of happen on it. Basically, all you have to do to use the pen tool. Clicking drops a point. Clicking again drops another point. Clicking a few more times drops a few more points, and as you go to close the shape off, you'll notice on the screen here there's a little circle next to my mouse, or next to my pointer. When I click that, it closes the shape. Now the shape is closed, it will move all of these pieces independently. If I delete that out, the shape is open again. You see the line next to it. That means that you can click to start working on the shape again. With the circle, the shape's closed. If you want to add, or if you want to remove a point, you very much can do that. Or you can add points to it. So if you're hovering over a point that exists already with the mouse, or with the pen tool, click it. It gets rid of it, but it keeps the shape closed. Or if you're hovering over a spot on the shape that is on the shape but doesn't have a point currently, click it and it adds one. Now you can remove it again. Anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up so that you kind of understand why I'm going back to the beginning every time when I make one of these shapes and I'm closing it off. It's because if you leave a shape open, they act funny. They don't always fill gradients the way you expect them to, because they don't really know where their start and their end is. They just know where the first point and the second point were, or the first point and the last point, but they don't know how the shape is supposed to finalize. So anyway, we're gonna keep on trucking here. Boom, 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 and boom. All right, I'm just going to keep on defining more and more of this depth to her hair. I'd also just kind of like to mention that with these Sailor Scouts, the details that I'm doing on these are pretty minimal because again, the texture is going to provide a lot of information. The texture is going to provide a lot more shadow and highlight information than I'm getting just from doing these shapes. If I was doing something more in line with like one of my more legend I'm really proud of, and that took just way too many hours. But there was a lot of little shading details inside the face that I probably wouldn't go through the trouble of doing on this current Sailor piece, just because this had nothing else to fall back on in terms of that detail. It was either there or it wasn't. So when I did this face, there's brow lines that are really like hard defined, and there's wrinkles from where he's scrunching up his nose because he's mad, and there's all these like separate layers making up his nose and stuff. The rings all have highlights and shadows to them despite being little bitty tiny details, and there's tons of gradient layers here. So I have a layer that's called like overlights, and the overlights, where's this at? Oh, it's not showing. Oh, it's because I merged them all down, that's why. These are the overlights normally. And it's just a layer, it's just a gradient layer that's every individual shape again, adding more lights and more effects to just kind of add more detail to the character, so that you can kind of see, that's supposed to be kind of the lights hitting from her torch a little bit, stuff like that. Anyway, this is a little bit more detailed than I'm probably going to wind up having to go on these Sailor Scouts, because their detail's coming from a lot of that texture. Oh, Illustrator crashing. Okay, let's save this. Illustrator crash, no. Okay. Well, hopefully we didn't lose anything here. Let's go back. Wouldn't be Adobe if it didn't fail. Oh, okay. That's my own fault. I should have known it couldn't handle The Legend of Zelda. Let's see what we get with the recovery here. How far did we lose? Oh, not bad. Okay, good stuff. We still have these shadows done, so we got to go back and do 3 or 4 shadows, and mostly it was just me wasting time talking, so that's really cool. Alright. Let me go ahead and knock out some of these points here. And then I'm actually maybe going to run to the restroom for half a second. Appreciate it, sir. Get back out like that. There. Alright, let's keep on moving along here. Alright, click that. Do that there and there. Okay, so let's see. Alright, think that's probably good for right this time. Yeah, Sailor Mercury here. But I will be back probably like just a couple minutes. I'm gonna go run to the restroom, grab a drink, and then I'll be right back to it. So, one moment, please. And I'm back. Got my favorite drink, some unsweet tea. Okay. So another thing, now we're moving again, that we probably wanted to find is this part in her hair. She's got, looking at it, oh cool, because it crashed. It lost my pictures, sweet. This Sailor Mercury. And let me see if I can find the pictures I originally was using. This is, I think, one of them. Copy image. Paste. Boom. And then back. And this was the other one. Copy image. Paste. Scale it down. Let's try to grab onto scale it down. So if you hold shift while you're scaling stuff in Illustrator, you'll get, let's make sure these are lined up. You'll get equal size scaling. It'll scale evenly in all directions. Otherwise you get these like wide Mercury. That's not useful. So you hold shift and you'll always scale proportionately. Shift is also useful when you're moving stuff around. It forces it to move at 45s, and so you can go at a perfect diagonal or perfectly up and down or perfectly left and right. So once you have something in line, you can move it over where it needs to go, which is pretty useful. Okay. Anyway, so what we were talking about, she has this kind of part that just runs down the middle of her hair. It looks like they kind of define it usually with just like a little bump there. But on this one, it's a little bit different. You know, there's a little bit of shadow maybe right in here. The detail's kind of lost on these older renders, but maybe a little bit of shadow there. And then again, where the part comes up, you can kind of see the underside of the hair. So we're going to probably try to do something similar to that. So let's get back on here. And maybe something like this to kind of give it some shape. Maybe like that. Come back up. So you can see this is a bad shape. And I say that because this little bit of extra bubble is happening from my line crossing over itself. You really want to avoid doing that. And the best way to do that is to make sure your anchor is always to the same side as your line of whatever line it's coming up to. So this is going to come to a perfect point, but it's not going to bubble out like it did before. You can see over here, very similar, because this line here is crossing over. We don't want to do that. We want to keep this line, which is defining this curve, to this side of this line. Otherwise, we've crossed over and we're getting that bubble. So to avoid that, we make sure it's on the same side. Problem: sometimes when you do that, you wind up with some big chungus points, or your point's not really coming to a fine enough spot. In these instances, sometimes the best thing to do is add another point in between, or to reposition so that you can get a little bit more of a curve going. So in this case, I'll probably do maybe something like this. Drag this one up, give it an S curve instead. Maybe that should help a little bit. There we go. Now we're kind of getting that. We're getting that definition to that part. Now I do still want this to curve in a bit more. Something like that maybe. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Just zoom in and zoom out. Zooming in and zooming out. Zooming in and zooming out. Let's see. So we'll go ahead and do a very similar thing up the top here, because again, she has this points out here. This is another kind of spot in her hair. It's going to part, and so we're going to want to define some of that part up top. And so we're going to do that with some of these kind of just pointed curves, similar to what we did earlier. And just like with the highlights, one side of her hair just has a little bit more volume than the other. So we're going to do a little bit more volume on one side than the other. That. I almost feel like this is... Maybe this should actually, looking at this should probably be a highlight, not a shadow. So it's the top of the head. And a gradient. It doesn't necessarily need to be maybe as bright, but play around with it a little bit. Yeah, something like that maybe. Just as we have the highlight, maybe we have a little bit of a shadow in here. Just kind of define some more of those hairs. Split it here, here, here. just again, just kind of adding some volume. Anything, this is just about adding some volume. Deep in thought, as you can tell. Let's throw on that one. Something like that. I still don't even think that one's quite right. Let's look over here again. Always check your references, kind of see what did they do that made sense versus what you're doing. So they just kind of blocked out entire swaths over here with the shadow, and that may be more the right approach, because we're definitely gonna have, as you can kind of see with this is a shape here. And this shape's gonna be defined at least in part by the underside of her hair. So like, we're gonna have probably something like this, where this hair is coming down. This is coming back up. And this is, I can already tell, like, this is the end of her hairline here. So this is gonna probably have a bit of an undercut to it, where we're gonna probably want to define all of this as like the back part of the hair, right? So like coming up even into here, something like this. Yeah, something like that probably. Let's go ahead and set up our next clipping mask. You can even see actually, well, let's do it down there, so we need to add a line there. So this should help also with defining some of this, like, actually let's get rid of this one. This should help also with like defining the shape of her hair quite a bit. Because now we're going to be able to tell where like the top of her hair is versus the bottom of her hair. Looking at it again, I think maybe do that. No, this needs to come out. See, this hair is kind of a weird shape. I'm gonna have to think about this. Because this is definitely like the undercut of her hair. But it's not like she has hair swooping off. You know what? But it's like this. I think this is what I need to do. So let's move these back here. This one needs to be curved out. Like that. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. And actually, what probably makes even more sense now that I'm looking at it again is having a separate piece that kind of comes over like this. It probably covers her ear a little bit. But I think in the originals, yeah, she had her hair tucked behind her ear. Interesting. Maybe this all just needs to be, this may be the result of moving that ear earlier. It's not really a big deal, but I need to play around with this a little bit. That's actually, you know, that's probably fine right there. That gives it a very, yeah, it's okay. Okay. This one, I'm pretty happy overall with this shape. I do think maybe this can get gone. This can just be one continuous. Like that. Play with that curve. Just a bit. There. Yeah. There. Split the difference. Okay. So we got an underside for her hair. We got the overside of her hair. Let's do some cheeky little highlights on the outside of this. So we kind of got this hair strand here that I've done. Something that can really add a lot of life to your hair is having a couple, like one or two of these hair strands that are just like flying off the edge. It just makes the hair feel a little bit more natural. So for this one, since it's a singular piece, I don't know that I want to make a whole clipping mask for that. I'm just going to use that trim trick that I was showing you all earlier with the shape builder tool to trim off the excess on that little strand there. So this can live as its own just shape. And then I can come in on this one. We'll just group them together as opposed to what we were doing before, where we were making a clipping mask and clipping them all inside. Because otherwise it's like, you know, you're making this box inside of the shape, and the shape to clipping the mask, and putting the thing inside of it. It's two shapes. There's no reason to turn two shapes into five. Right? And that's kind of what the clipping mask is going to do in that instance. With these bigger pieces, where there's a lot going on, where you have, and all this actually needs to go inside of it, now that I'm looking at it here. But these big pieces where you have, like, you know, this upper highlight and these bigger highlights, and then each of these points has its own shading, and you know, everything has its own thing going on. Like these, I think it makes a lot of sense, just like make it a clipping mask. But for some of those littler detailed pieces, not really. It's a lot of unnecessary shapes when you start doing that. Yeah. So just like we did over here, let's come back over here. We'll do the same kind of deal for this one. I just want to have her. I'll move it here in a second. So another cool thing with Illustrator, again, because nothing's permanent. I can kind of start, let's see, I'm going to go to there. I can kind of get something more or less lined up, and not perfect, and then come back to it and make it actually perfect. We can even find where my intersect is at. So right here is where it's first intersect. But I can make this shape nearly, if not actually, perfect. Oh, I see. Okay. I digress. Get on that curve there. We're going to trim the excess. Bam. Redefine that interior curve. That gradient. Get a pretty bright highlight on that, since it is right in the line of fire of that light. And then it also is going to be casting a shadow in here. So let's go ahead and, oh, this is multiple pieces. So since this is actually counting for multiple pieces, I think the best course of action is going to be to trim multiple pieces. is that? I see. So this is one of those instances where the clipping mask. Hold on. Host, you got Sailor Mercury as your first stream artwork. I do. I was actually, this is a part of a series that I'm working on. So this is the Sailor Moon that's finished for it. And this is Sailor Venus that's finished. So I'm working on Mercury now. There's plans to do Mars and yeah. So oh, that's another one. Already worked on Bunny. Yeah, I guess. Moon, right? Sailor Bunny, Sailor Moon, yeah. So I did this one a little bit, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago. I finally got around to finishing it. I started this project sometime last year, so this has been one of those things where, you know, oh, I'll work on it, and other stuff comes up. Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to Mercury. So that's the one we're working on. And just kind of so you can get an idea, this is the kind of texturing effect that's going into all these. So I'm doing everything in Illustrator, but we're working towards it. It just takes a long time. Illustrator's not fast. And actually, just in case you are curious, this is I've already done the base work for all these. The biggest complaint is that Illustrator loves to crash when its memory starts getting full. And so when you're starting to do this kind of textured effect on everything, which actually Sailor Moon's probably the better. Let me save my work here just in case it does want to crash again. Let's go there. Alright. It's completely working. It's a little non-issue as far as crashing goes. The reason it's such an issue here is specifically because the way I'm working is this is like the textures that are making the watercolor kind of looking effect. And each of these textures, because I hate myself and I want everything to be vector all the time, each of these textures is a vector, and it's not a simple vector. If I follow, can you draw a Sailor Moon character on your own time? Yeah, probably. So I mean, for commissions, I usually obviously will take money for it. But right now, I think my current plan, aside from like I'm probably not going to be doing any specific work outside of, I want to get these sailors that I've planned finished. And then I also have some stickers that I'm going to start trying to work on. Probably not Sailor Moon. I'm working on some Digimon ones. Sailor Moon was your first anime. Very cool. Stickers. So I'm working on these kind of on the side. These are much smaller. I try to hit all sorts of different franchises. Some of them I'm big fans of. Some of them are just really popular. Some of them my wife is a big fan of. Sailor Moon, my wife really likes, and our friend Lucy is really big into it. I was never huge on the Sailor Moon, but I really appreciate it, and it had really cool art. So, who was your favorite scout? Ah, Mercury. Well, perfect. Here we are. So she's gonna be the next one finished up. And right now, for the stream, I'm kind of just using this as a test to see if I enjoy doing this, and then also I have been asked a few times to kind of like share how I do this, share how I do my artwork, because it's a very different way of working. So English adaptation, she sounded like Angela. E-N-G-L-I-S-H. Please type English. There we go. What is your first language, if you don't mind me asking? Let's see if I can keep moving on this. Okay, that's fair. Let's keep moving on this. Oh, I said, what is your first language, if you don't mind me asking? And you said, you don't need to ask that again, which I interpreted to mean you did not want to talk about. But that's either way. That's fine. I was just curious since you were asking about your English spelling on it, so I was like, oh, must speak another language, which would be super cool. Let's see. We need to get. But you didn't say anything wrong by any means. And I'm, like I said, I'm new to all this, so I'm just trying to figure out like how to get chat, like how to read chat, how to understand chat, what chat's up to. Okay, let's grab, you know what, we can grab this way. This and this. Unlock and then this. There we go. That's how we're gonna get that cut. Turn that off. Back in there, paste that down. Go ahead. Sailor Moon's boyfriend's name is Greg. That is a interesting name. Something like that. So what about Greg? Am I mad about him? Yes, I am. Does he look like a character you want to draw? Also, yes. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I want to get the scouts finished before I move on with anything else, because they've been a project that's been looming over my head for ever, it feels like. Like I said, I started working on these. It's probably been almost a year ago that I decided, like, I was like, I'm gonna do this. And what ultimately was happening, and the reason I stopped working on them, is because the computer would crash every time I would open the Sailor Venus file. Now, to be fair, I hadn't really optimized the workflow for this particular style that I'm doing now with these, and so there's definitely things I could have done to improve the efficiency, and things that I'm doing now that improve the efficiency. But yeah, I mean, like they still, like, it would crash my computer constantly. So I got a new computer partway through the year, and now I like finally have the means to go back and do these. Hey, whatever reason you have that you like a character, that is totally valid. Yeah, there's no reason anyone should judge you for why you like a character. What's important is that you like a character. Or dislike a character. Some of the best characters are super disliked, like Joffrey from Game of Thrones. Everyone hated him. but he was a really good character to have. Gave you someone to hate. Someone to bring everyone together. Let's see. How's it going? Good to see you. I do have an Instagram. I'm not the best about updating it. My wife tends to do much better at updating it than I do, which is sad, but true. But it should be Instagram / what is it? Just OSC Studios, I believe. I will pull up a link for you guys. 1 second. Instagram.com / OSC Studios. Hey, that's me. There you go. There's the link to it. And you can kind of see some of my other stuff. Like I said, I'm not the best about updating it. My wife does a lot more than I do, and she also has a TikTok that bleeds into it somehow. I'm not even entirely sure. I think it has something to do with stories. But yeah, close that out. I also have an ArtStation, which I'm a little bit better about updating the ArtStation. So let's see, it's artstation.com/ is it just OSC or the OSC? I forget. The OSC, yeah. There we go. Doo-doo. Colombia. Very cool. It's super neat that the internet lets us, like, meet people from all over the world. Thank you. I appreciate it. Zoom in here. Cool. So we've got this kind of going on here. We've got the hair more or less like shaped out and kind of, I wouldn't say finished by any means, but we've got the main shapes that we need. So I'll probably start yet again. We'll lock it up, reveal the texture layer, and start kind of going in and doing some textures. Get our go-to here. And click. So, oh, thank you. There we go. Oh, you're following my wife. Very cool. She's teaching me social media. That's not true. I just hate social media because I work in IT for my day job. Alright, let's see. I don't know. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a lot of fun, and I'm definitely glad that I started doing this. Yeah, oh, backwards. Bring that to the top. So, I'm definitely glad I started doing this like more than just recreationally. Because for the longest time, I used to make art all the time, but it was just for me. It was just like a fun thing to do for me. And then my wife was the one who was like, you should try to sell your art. You should like go to conventions with it. And I didn't think anyone would want to buy it, but shows what I know. Alright, so do that, and then kind of go to the part of the hair. And let's take another one, just use it for some, like, literally for the texture of it all. Let's see, where do we want this at? Here, maybe? Yeah, that's okay. There we go. Now you can kind of see how this is all starting to come together here. And we want to make that a little bit. Bring some of the darker colors in. There we go. And then hopefully now you can kind of see, like, yeah, it's important that we get all the shadows and highlights and stuff defined, but also, is it that important? Because, like, a lot of the detail is going to come from this texturing. Like, bam, there we go. Alright. We'll go in on this piece, paste, and drop that behind, make a clipping mask, bam. this is going to be the under upper hair. We want like the darkest parts of this texture on that under bit. And then we'll take some of these lighter parts, zoom them around, flip it around. I'll get to the outside like that, maybe. Drop it below. Flip it. Copy. I think that'll fill that in pretty well. Yeah, but we're still need some more of these darker parts. Maybe do something like this so we can get that. I always like getting this little dot in that texture. It really kind of, I think, sells the watercolory effect pretty well. And it's one of the darker parts of it, so you really get a lot of your color bleed from that one. Let's see. Yeah, see, like you can, I brought out a lot of the darkness by flipping it to that side, which is good. That's what I want. This is maybe a little too light, so let's kind of bring it up a bit, maybe. That's a little too, the direction's wrong. Doesn't feel like her hair is moving in the right direction. It's one of the things with using this texture is like it's got some directionality to it, so you kind of have to be careful with like how you drop it in. There, that's a lot better. Okay. Actually, probably let's see if we can just add these as a compound path onto. Let's do these here. Let's see, I may need to go back to do that. Let's see, object, compound path, make. Cannot combine, yeah, okay. So, release clipping mask. This. Just send them to the back. This. Compound path. Even better than the compound path. Let's just do that. Let's just merge them. Just straight up merge them. Object. Clipping mask make. Losing it. Why is it doing that? Object. Clipping mask make. What the heck? Why is my clipping mask doing that? Okay. Interesting. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Cut these. This. Delete. Paste. Drop into the back. This is why I always keep this reference layer around, so I can just copy, lock it back down, come back to this texture layer. Unlock it. Bam. Move in. Here. Click. Clip. Clip. Merge those together. I've got that shape. Now I should, in theory, be able to object clipping mask make. No, it's still doing it. Okay. Let's do compound path on it first. Make. No. Object. Compound path. Make. Let's see if we'll take it now. Right click, clipping mask. There it is. Okay. But the problem is with that. Well, it should be okay because it's just on the texture layer. Yeah, it should be okay because it's on the texture layer. Okay, perfect. So I'll probably also do it with this one. I need to do the same thing, I think. No. I guess we'll just do a texture on it because it's going to be fiddly to make that a compound path. So let's just come back in here. Paste. Drop it back. Click. Clipping mask. Bam. There we go. Okay, so that does the face and the hair. for the most part, pretty much sorted. Thumbs up with that. That is like way in the wrong spot. What is that? That is supposed to be on this, I think. No? I don't know what that's there for. Okay, that must have just been an extra piece that I let float around. Okay. Save. Always save. Save constantly, because otherwise the Illustrator will crash on you, and then you'll be regretting the last, like, you'll just feel bad about the last, like, 4 hours of your life. Okay. Sweet. So, next thing on her face is probably her little headband deal. You know what? Also, I do have... Let's lock the texture layer again. Things move better when you lock them. I don't know how well you can see that, but things move quite a bit better when you lock them. So, if you've got a really complex layer going and rolling, and you need to be able to move better, lock that layer. So we're going to unlock this one, though. And I just realized I need to get these lines done here. Go ahead and do this one. So we're on the color layer, and this is a golden loop, like a band, which has got our head that we're gonna kind of back to Moon. I think Moon has Moon has it already. Bam. Paste. So that gives me the gradient that I wanted. Yep. Highlight. There we go. Edit gradient. What do we do? About like that. This, I'm gonna do, you know what? These should be gradients actually. That's part of why the hair feels so flat now. Look at it. They shouldn't be that gradient, per se. But they should be gradients. So 100. And this end. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's grab this blue. Drop it in. Come up here. Click the blue. This is a way to quickly get colors and iterate colors. So steps down towards black while on the same tint. Tint adjustments or hue adjustments and similar for complementary colors and stuff. Adobe has a really, or Illustrator has a really cool color picking tool. So, but we're gonna do that. Come back over to these and this box. There we go. Go back to our gradient. Here, click on this, and bam. There we go. So now we can go edit gradient. And I can have just a slight drop off on the color here. Something like that maybe. Do the same for this one. Edit gradient. Let it fade across. There we go. Actually, this is maybe... This should almost match. It doesn't look too bad. What's it look like with the texturing on? Yeah, it's okay, I think. Makes it just a little bit darker. Okay. So this, I don't know. Actually. Radiance definitely should be, you know, I better should go like this is why. Because the light's supposed to be hitting on the other side of her head. So we want these gradients reading that way. That makes more sense, I think. So let's see what it looks like. Yeah. So that just makes it feel a little bit more, feels a little bit darker on this side, right? And a little bit brighter on this side. So, so let's do maybe just like the slightest bit that way, maybe. Yeah. Okay. I like that. Delete that out. Okay. So we've got our headband. We've got this gradient, which we can now drop onto this thing here. We actually probably want to make it like a circular gradient because it's like the teardrop shape or whatever, the water drop shape. And we'll strain it, stretch it out a little bit, rotate it, move it around. And it's not anything dramatic, but it is like fairly subtle. Maybe we want to go a little bit lighter. But it does provide just a little bit of like 3D kind of effect because you've got the more it sticks out, the more light's gonna hit it, and it's gonna round and drop off, right? So kind of like my big shiny forehead here. So that's what that's doing there. All right, cool. So now that those both have color, the next thing we lock it back up, unlock the texture layer, move back to the texture layer. For the raindrop, I'm going to steal this circle here, paste it in, break it down. I want it to more or less just cover that. Move back, clipping mask, bam. This one we actually can let kind of distort and stretch. We're not worried about getting it to be pixel perfect, the right shape, because this isn't about a shape, this is about a texture. So if we can just get the right kind of lighting on it, that's infinitely more important, to get the right kind of shadows coming off of it. So, also, if I haven't said hello since you've joined, welcome to the stream, everybody. We're kind of just working through Sailor Mercury. May or may not finish tonight. Looking at the time and how long things have been going for, I would anticipate probably not going to finish tonight, but mostly just kind of a reason to hang out, chat with people, and kind of show my process. I primarily work in Adobe Illustrator. It's very different than most other artists who are doing Clip Studio Paint, Photoshop, you know, whatever it may be. I have no idea how painting works. It just doesn't make sense to my brain. But I can draw in Illustrator pretty all right. So I've got a good comprehension of the pen tool. I know how to work with gradients, and those two things will carry you forever in this program. Excuse me. So anyway, right now we're working on Sailor Mercury. I'm kind of going through how I create this watercolor style for characters like this Sailor Moon piece that I did a couple weeks back, or the other companion piece for it, the Sailor Venus, which is this one here. And it's a bit time consuming, but you know, we're working through it all, making it happen. So anyway, welcome to the stream. So this one again. Oop. Hey, click in, paste. Again, these we're not worried about keeping the same shape and form and everything. We mostly just want to get the gradient. That is the important part. We want to get the correct value from light to dark. If we can get that, the texture will do the rest. So Make clipping mask. Paste again. Let's flip it around. Get inside that clipping mask. There we go. Slide that around, stretch it out a bit. Let's see, bring it down again. See, I like having that little bubble piece on it, but I don't want to put too much of a highlight in the wrong spot, which is easy to make happen with this shape. Ooh, you know what? That may work right there. That may work, yeah. So you've got just kind of this one little kind of dark line running through it, and then up at the top you got the highlight. Yeah. Oh yeah, I like it. I like it. All right. I do think maybe I need more of a shadow on this part of her cheek. So let's move back in on this. Let's see if maybe we can't add some shadow on this part of her face right here. Stretch this out. Get that some shadow. Make that a little bigger. There we go. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Okay. Okay. One step at a time. Let's save. Okay, so next, let's keep moving down the body. Probably the next big piece is going to be, because I think we've pretty much finished everything up here. I guess I could go in and do this, and add a texture to it. Let's just make it like a dark blue. Something desaturated a little bit, so like, let's just do it from here. We'll change to HSB. HSB is hue, saturation, brightness, for anyone who's not familiar. I'm going to desaturate this a bit. Oh, I'm on the texture layer. That's why this is making no sense. Let's lock that, hide it. Let's come back to the color layer. And desaturate a bit, darken a bit, resaturate a bit, brighten a bit. Yeah, probably there. That's probably gonna work. Okay, so now let's go back to our texture layer. Grab ourselves the texture of the day. This one I'm actually thinking I'm going to use this because I really do just want kind of a smooth transition gradient. Click in here. Here, paste this, flip. No, actually, this is the right orientation. Shift it to the back. Let's click here, right click, make clipping mask. Lock it, unlock it, click here. Now we can really start making sure we've got the right color for this. Lock that, unlock that, come back, grab the texture again. I think this texture needs to be hue shifted. Let's see if we can do that. Edit color, adjust color balance. Okay, so let's try a -33 across the board. colors. Color balance. Let's just drop it like 10. -10. Based. No, not -100. Okay. Preview. Well, that got quite a bit darker already. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That looks way better. Cool. So now we are like done with this part of the body. Her hair, her head, whatever. Let's say that. Let's do the same thing here. Edit. Colors. Color balance. Let's start. Oh, that went the wrong direction. Edit. Colors. Color balance. Preview. Okay, there we go. I like that strand being a little darker. That's all. We got to be careful utilizing that. It's a really nice tool for like bringing things a little bit more in line. But one of the things I think that looks so good about this style is like having the whites and the blacks kind of mix. Like you have really desaturated light tones, and you have much more saturated but still fairly desaturated dark tones. And if you start playing with that color balance too much and making the grays too dark, everything starts getting really saturated again, which plays against the watercolor kind of look that I've been going for. So let's move in. Let's start working on the neck. The neck should be pretty much. It should be quite a bit more straightforward than the face, but basically the same idea. So let's paste this. Let's get this color. Block it in. Zoom out or push it back. Right click. Clipping mask. There we go. Turn off the shadow or the texture layer for the time being. And we're going to take this. Actually, let's take this. Because much like the face, the neck probably deserves an overall gradient. Just kind of, okay, this is more or less the whole thing. And a gradient. Let me go this way with it. Light to dark. That's probably too light. That should probably be a bit darker than the face because it's behind the face for all intents and purposes. Okay. Then we're going to let's see. We'll go ahead and start just defining the rest of the shadows here. So she's gonna have one that's just following her chin for the most part. And because her hand's covering everything, I'm just kind of boop. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be there. Then we'll do an edit gradient, and it should fall from dark to light in this direction probably, since it's going to fade out a bit as it reaches the edge of where her chin stops blocking her neck. And then she's going to have probably her hands casting a bit of a shadow. It doesn't have to be the exact perfect shape of her hands, but it's something that kind of resembles roughly the shape of her hands. Edit gradient, same kind of deal, go down. Let's maybe, I feel like this should not be at 100% opacity. It should be like 0. It should be like that, yeah. Yeah! shadows. Okay. Collarbone. Collarbone is probably about right here. Please, Illustrator, work with me. Work with me. Yeah. Copy. Let's readjust the angle on that a little bit. Edit gradient. This actually should probably be coming like up, I think, because like the darkest part of your collarbone. Trying to feel how my collarbone fits. Yeah. Let's look it up. Collarbone. Images. Okay, now the dark parts would be. Well, I guess it depends how the light's hitting it. Your collarbone just kind of like sticks out. So you have like the vein or whatever, the artery that runs here, and then there's kind of like a well, and then the collarbone sticks out. So with it sticking out, the light's coming from above. It's gonna cast shadow. Yeah, it would cast shadow below. But it wouldn't catch light from the edge, though. It would be this way. It would be this way. It would be this way, I think. We're going with it. We're doing it live. Live streaming. No chance to be right or wrong. Only to be live. Okay. There we go. So that kind of fills that little spot in there. And much like we had there, I think we probably have a very small shadow underneath this. Paste that in. Add a gradient. So many gradients. My whole life is just gradients. That's all I do. Alright. What else are we gonna do here? I think that's pretty okay. This may be a little dark. I don't want to brighten her. I think I need to adjust this color. Let's go back to hue, saturation, brightness. I know RGB is probably like correct, but like I don't think in RGB. I think in pick a color, make it darker, make it lighter, or saturate or desaturate. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. Okay. Cool. We almost got a neck done. This is the awkward part. Like, to cleavage or not to cleavage? That is the question. I don't think you need to. I think they did a good job of deciding not to do that. So, let's see. Let's just go ahead and start adding the texture to it. I think that's probably a sufficient place to be at with that. And the good news is this should be a pretty simple texture, because for the most part, like, the neck is just going to be like a gradient. It's going to be just a matter of like, click on the neck, drop in the texture, make it the clipping mask, and then grab the texture and just kind of define the gradient, right? Seems like that'll work. Maybe a little bit too much. We want some lightness in this. You know, let's flip this. That'll help. That'll help, because we want some lightness on her neck, and we want some darkness on her chest, and we want... that helps a bit. Helps a bit. Still not sold on it yet. Maybe we just shift it over this way. I think it was too light, maybe. Let's do it like that. You know, if we put that there, that kind of emphasizes the hand shadow. Yeah, I kind of like that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Progress. So, just to kind of go back and let everyone see where we're at. We're about 3 hours, roughly, into the stream. When we started, we were here. Her face wasn't even in the right spots. Her ears, like, that's not an ear. That's a tumor. Her little headband, not in the right spot. And I've never met anyone in my life who was these colors, but here they were. She was yellow and green and red and blue. Now we're starting to make some real progress. If I put the two layers together, we still have some of these wacky colors down here, helping me to remember where my shapes are at. But we do also have a layer that is the correct colors, and more important than that, we're starting to get some of the correct gradients down. We're starting to get all the layers down, and we're starting to get all the textures in. And when you start putting them all together, it really starts kind of coming out and just turning into something real pretty. So I think we're really starting to make some progress here. It only took 3 hours though. If you're still watching, honey, this is why when you're like, did you finish yet? I'm like, no. It takes ages. It takes so long. It's all right. It's relaxing. It's relaxing. Okay, so moving forward, let's see. We probably do our little neck thing, a little collar strap. I don't know what you call it. We'll probably do that next, just because it's a real quick one. It's just a texture. Drop it in. So let's grab that real fast. And in fact, it's not just any texture. It's like a straightforward texture, really, because the only part of it you see is this little bit that's like not covered by her hand. So it's literally just like boop. And we'll get it in place here. Click that, right click. And is it I think it's Control F7 maybe? Control 7? Yeah. The top layer is not complex. Crazy Adobe. There we go. Okay. I think, you know what? Let's go back on the neck. Which one last thing I want to do? Let's grab this texture here. Let's paste it in. Let's rotate it. Let's make it thin. Oh, this one. I want to bring out that right there. Smaller. Want that shadow more defined. Specifically, this shadow. Like, this is the one that I want defined here. Let's see, so make it a little smaller again. Throw an angle. too dark even. Yeah, I think it's okay. It definitely needs to be like separate your head from your neck. So I'll keep moving. Let's see. This would do like the lapels or whatever. The little sailor scout cover, shoulder covers. I don't know what you call them. Collar. Maybe it's a collar. So we'll unlock the color layer. Let's go get the gradient. Because gradients are your friend. Gradients help you to define shapes without having to do a ton of extra work with them. Just like that. Lighter, maybe. Yep. Very similar with it as we did with the stone on our forehead there. All right. Welcome anybody who's recently joining the stream. I'm running through this Sailor Mercury piece right now. If you like what you see, give me a follow. And you can also check me out on my socials. I've linked them in the chat before, but if you're interested, let me know. Happy to link them again. Otherwise, just enjoy kind of watching. I'm running through this and kind of explaining my process. I work in Illustrator. It's a little bit different than most people's workflow, but I enjoy doing it all the same. Tonight, we are working on Sailor Mercury to partner with this Sailor Moon and this Sailor Venus piece that I've completed a few weeks back. So everything's being done in Illustrator and Vector, despite the kind of watercolor effect. So that's what we're marching on towards right now. But if you have any questions, definitely reach out in the chat. Let me know. Always happy to answer them. So in the meantime, though, let's keep on keeping on. So I'm going to go ahead and reveal my texture layer again. Grab the texture out. Nope, didn't want to delete that. Just copy it. Click in on here, click in on here, paste. Oh, actually, you know what? Delete that. Close. Lock the color layer first. There we go. Click in on there. Paste it. Get the orientation correct. Make it big enough. Bam. We may wind up ultimately using a couple of these. This at least gets us moving in the right direction. So, go. Paste another one down. Something to give it a little bit of character here. Paste another one down. And use it. Shoulder. Let's see. We may kind of manipulate that a little bit more. But let's see. Paste that. There we go. See what it looks like on the color layer. Not quite. It's a little bit too squished for my liking. But maybe something like this. Yeah, maybe something like that. This over here looked better when it was. Let's see what it looked like. See, I like that. I always like that little spot. Like it just really sells the watercolor to me. I think this needs to. I think I've got too light of a color here, and it's not moving in the right direction. That's the other problem. really needs to be. Ooh, there we go. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay. Let's do it over here. Click, 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 click. Flip, enter. Grab that, drag it down, rotate. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. Move it down. Over here, right click, clip. There we go. Alright. Now, let's see. I think I'm probably gonna save the body. Because the body, like when you finish it, it's such a huge piece of like real estate, I guess is the best way to put it. So like it feels like you got a lot done. Because it's like this whole big blue chunk just like becomes art as opposed to like being just a big block of color. But at the same time, I don't know. I think we're okay. We'll hold off on that. We'll just keep working methodically, top down, and eventually we'll finish unceremoniously with the boots. But in the meantime, we'll just keep working our way down. So probably next is going to be her shoulders. The shoulders are kind of interesting on these because on pretty much all the scouts, they're like transparent, right? So like it's you've got these like white, I don't know, donuts, yeah, these white donut tubes, and then they go into this just like sheer like lace transparent, like just little flippy do. I don't know. But yeah, so I guess we'll start working on the shoulder pads. It's probably going to be next. So we'll do the little white donuts into the transparency. And then it's the arms, which are bare. And then 3 more donuts, but this time they're colored. Ooh, colored donuts. Ooh, I'm actually looking at this. I missed. Did I do it on her? I did. I did do it on her. I did not do it on Moon. I need to go back actually. Now I'm looking at it. I'm missing the, if you're curious what I'm talking about, I'm missing the little stripe that goes here. So, I'm going to unlock the color layer. Come back in on this, come back in on this. And I'm going to turn this to transparent here. We're going to give ourselves a white line. And we're going to add a line from there to there, like that. And we'll probably make it like 3 on the thickness. And probably just do that with it. No. I think the correct thing to do is probably this. This, and then take it and extend it past. So this is going to be a cool learning experience for anyone who's kind of trying to get a grasp on Illustrator. So we're going to turn this line into kind of effectively like a curved triangle, really. You know, it's fat on the back here, and then it comes to a really hard point because of the line shape that we used. We're going to take the line, object, expand, appearance, object, expand, and this is now a shape. And because it's a shape, I can now select it, holding shift, select this back here, holding shift still and tapping M, get my shape builder tool, let go of everything, switch to Alt, And now, because I have both these objects selected, I can choose my overhang, trim it off, bam. There we go. And so now this white line is traveling down and you know, meeting where it's supposed to for her little collar, I guess. Collar is what you call it, yeah. And then we can do the same for the other side. This... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did that move? I don't think that moved. I think that I did not. That's weird. Okay. Well, I'm trying like the present to figure out the problem. Okay, let's do that. Lock the color, unlock the texture. There we go. Fixed it well enough. It may not be exactly perfect. You can see there's a little bit maybe of overhang, but once I add the color for this here, it'll be a non-issue. Something else worth noting. So I did this in white here. Get that right. I did this in white here. This is not the colors it should be or is currently. Sorry, this is the color it is currently, but it's not the color it should be. It needs to be this. Weird when you're using these overlays on these textures. Like white basically just completely erases whatever's under it. There's no texture left. You can see that over here, like on her hand. It gets pretty close to white, like just pure white. So as a result, her hand like has no detail up here hardly. It's just bright. But it also, in a way, is providing detail because it's like a very dramatic fall off from light to dark comparatively to the rest of her body. Because it's sticking out towards camera, right? And so like right now I have my hand sticking out towards camera, substantially brighter than my face back here, which is still well lit, but it's not as well as it may have been, like, you know. So her hand's similar, but anyway, not the point. The point is the gradient, right? The gradient is what I'm really looking towards. So I'm gonna grab it a few times, a few different ways. Bring it over here. Bam. So this is what I've been using for white most of the time in these pieces because it allows you to kind of carry over the texture underneath. So I need to go edit gradient. Something like that. And it's a little bit more gray than white now, but it allows the texture to bleed through. So able to keep kind of working like that. All right. So I'm going to want to do the same thing with the other one of these. This color there. So let's do this, make it white. Two, make a point, object, expand appearance. We actually didn't need to expand earlier, we just needed to expand appearance. Trim it. Almost missed. Trim it. There we go. And this one, color it. Boom. I think my wife just told me to check my phone. Oh, my phone's almost dead. Sweet. Okay. Let's put it there so it can charge up. Okay. So this, gradient. There we go, we got that white line. That should work there. So we need this for these. So, boom, boom, not that one. I think, yeah, you don't have them over here because of her arm covering it all. So that's good. These at a gradient. These should be pretty much white on the edge, but they should fade to a darker color at the bottom pretty quickly. The gradient, same kind of deal here. Pretty much white to the edge, but they should fade to a darker color pretty quick here. And this one, I'm thinking I'm gonna do with the same gradient. Edit gradient. But it's going to be almost entirely the light color. And it's also going to actually be like partly transparent. Because it is, right? Like this is that silk colored stuff. And so actually as a result, on the texture layer, it just goes away. It doesn't get a texture because it's not solid, right? So we're just gonna leave it the way it is. Alright. We can delete that off there, so we'll go knock that back, go back to our color layer. And in fact, her body is gonna have kind of the same deal going on with its gradient. Can I play with it for a minute? There we go. You don't want to lose the white. You just want the white to be a little bit more implied than actual, because you want to have some color that, or you want to have the ability for the transparency to come through. So okay. Anyway, that was weird. Okay. Okay, so with those kind of just basic gradients set on those, we can do it on the gloves too, I guess. I mean, there's really nothing stopping us. Anything white, we can go ahead and just start applying this gradient on. I feel like I'm hearing a dog. I have 2 dogs. I don't know where they are. But I feel like I keep hearing them. The gloves are wet. These are like hardly showing. Okay, well, I'm getting it. Okay. Okay. Turn the texture back on. Where are we at? These need textures. This needs texture. I'm sorry, her skin needs texture. Her arm needs gradient too. Ooh. Let's see. feel like I've been stalling long enough. Okay, I just need to commit to the next step. So anyway, we're gonna do textures. Sorry everybody. Like I said, sometimes I get distracted with other stuff going on my computer. So, for these textures, let's do these first because they're pretty simple. And they'll kind of show you what I'm talking about with the white too. Like, that's kind of a big deal for these, I would say. So let's see. Paste this. Shoot. Oop. Back. There we go. Make clipping mask. So let's get this in a spot that we like. Okay. There we go. And you can kind of see, like, if you just do white, it just disappears. But if you add that gradient to it, you can kind of get the shapes to show correctly, which is great. So, make clipping mask. Alright. I think on these it'll probably help quite a bit too. Actually, for these, let's grab our friend, the orb. That maybe. Yeah, I think that will help quite a bit. Okay, clipping mask. Bam. Yeah, so now you see how we're starting to really get that defined edge there. That's helping a lot. So, just one of these. Let's get this scaled right. Scale that down a little bit. There we go. It's not quite as well defined. So I may scale it along a little bit this way. It's too bright right there. Too bright right there. See that? It just feels like it's blending in. So maybe let's see if maybe rotating it some. It's kind of just trial and error with this. Like, I don't have direct control over it exactly, so I'm just kind of doing my best with it. So now I still feel like this was better than I was thinking. Maybe like this. There's just like a little patch of it up there. Yeah, something like that's probably alright. Yeah, I think that's okay. Alright, we're starting to get close to the end of this. The stream, that is, not the piece. I'll probably keep working on this over the next few days. We'll see. Hopefully we can get it done before the end of the week next week. Life is super busy right now, so especially my day job. Yeah, we'll see what we can do with it. How much further we can get in the next about 30-40 minutes probably. Like I said, I'm planning on stream till midnight. It's currently 11:22. So where are we at color-wise? Okay. Let's do these. Let's do our arms, actually. Our arms need to be done. So this. This is clipping masks. This is a really good clipping mask for sure. Right click, clipping mask, copy, paste, yeah, edit gradient. You really don't have. It's kind of a trick because the whole arm isn't actually there, for all intents and purposes. You're only gonna get this little bit, even though I have the whole shape done. So that's a thing. So that should be there. So now we just need probably a hard shadow on it. Something. Probably here. Again, this is one of those things I just love about Illustrator. If this was a painting program, I would have just been wrong. There's no, well, it's kind of right here, it's kind of right there. Let's just keep tweaking it and tuning it. There's none of that. It's you paint the spot. You're right or you're wrong, and then if you're wrong, you repaint the spot. But maybe you can erase it out a little bit with a soft brush, but you're right or you're wrong. With Illustrator, you could be 80% wrong, 20% right, and then kind of just brute force your way to being correct, which is kind of cool. So I don't know. But anyway, let's see. One second, guys. I'm gonna take a look at some stuff here. Got some chats I gotta catch up on. Yep. Music stopped. Don't want the music to stop. So, anyway. Alright, next bit. Let's get some textures again. Close to it. Lock. Grab the texture. Bam. Pull back up. Double click, paste, texture, we want darkness to the inside, highlight to the outside. Oh no. Oh no. Not a kid. I think it's happening. So close to the end of the screen. Why do we do this? I'm not sure. Okay. task manager. I can hear it in the stream. Oh, computer's died. Computer's died. It's okay, guys. It'll all be alright. It'll all be alright. Well, everyone, this may just be the stream. I may be late for it. So I can't be a task manager with this Illustrator, just more cloud stuff. Test. Alright, looks like I can be heard on the stream again. I'm not sure if that's 100% true, but it sure looks like it's coming through. Here's your music back, everybody. Some minor hiccup. Illustrator crashed all over itself, like it loves to do. So, sweet. Let's open it back up, see what all we lost. Lovely. Yep, Mercury recovered. That's twice in one stream. That's twice in one stream. We're doing good. Okay. I don't think we lost too much. It looks like, let's see what textures we lost. Yeah! I don't think we lost anything. Heck yeah. Other than these two, which Whatever. I can pull it back off the internet again. Okay. So what did we lose the color on the arm? No. No, we didn't. Okay. Overwrite Sailor Moon. Cries in 20 hours of work. Okay. Cool. Well, like I said, it looks like we're back. Audio's back. Video's back. Everything's back. When that happens, you're gonna lose the stream itself of whatever I'm doing, but you won't lose my video. You'll lose my audio because I like to use this microphone with Discord, and so I have stupidly run my audio through my laptop that I'm streaming from, as opposed to my streaming desktop, just so I can talk to my friends when I'm not streaming. Woohoo! Anyway, yeah, you'll lose some things, but I'll still be here, so you'll know I'm working on it. Also, I can't move my mouse over to the other computer because I use mouse without borders to drive everything, and if computer A is dead, computer B is not going to be able to utilize its mouse. So anyway, neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and keep moving. We've got about 30 minutes left, and I think we can make quite a bit of progress. Also, just in case you're curious, this is the background for that I've kind of been utilizing. So let's go ahead and turn this back on, move back into here, grab this texture, come back up, come into here. Nope. Locked. Come here, paste. Right click, clipping mask, bam. Alright. So let's take that whole bit of that arm done. Let's do this bow, I think. Because again, I'm just, well, no, let's do this arm, this hand. And we'll do this bow. We'll move across, and then we'll move down. Progress, people. Progress. Let's see. So the bow, at least this little bit, pretty straightforward. This is a circle with a highlight, so this will be circle, highlight. There we go. Cute. Adorable. Texture with glove over here. This is what I said I was going to work on next anyway, so let's get this thing moving here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been working in Illustrator for probably about 15 years now. So I'm far from, I don't know, I don't even feel like I'm that good, but like I do it a lot now. Did you just hop into the stream super free? That's a little bit too patchy. Let's see. There, maybe that might help. I'm just trying to get some like this whole layer says in the name, texture, right? Like everything here is just about texture. Oh, very cool. Well, since you're just joining us, let me pull this up real quick. 1 second. I'll show you kind of this. This is like, it's my first stream, but this particular piece is effectively part 3 in a series of 5 that I'm planning to do. So let's see if I can get my files open here. And I'm missing Shift F1. There we go. Studios, PNGs, 1x17. So we have Sailor Moon and Sailor Venus, which are both already done. But the Sailor Mercury is the one I'm working on currently. So I just got a bunch of like super cool new equipment to start streaming with, and so I was like, all right, even though it makes no sense to start on part 3, we'll start there. So thank you, I really appreciate it. I have quite a bit of art that I've started years. We started doing conventions, so moving around and selling stuff at comic book and anime conventions. If you're curious and you want to see more, let me shoot you these. This is my art station, and this is my Instagram. There we go. So you can see some other stuff on there. I'm not so great about updating the Instagram. I'm a little better about the art station, but honestly, I'm terrible at social media in general. I should really work harder on it. But in the meantime, I'm running with this. So, and you're not the only one who hates Illustrator stuff. Like just about every convention I go to, I talk to other artists, and I'm like, "You guys are crazy. I have no idea how painting works, and everything y'all do is amazing." And then they look at my stuff and they're like, "You're the one working in vector. Like, what's wrong with you? I don't understand how that works." So I think there's a mutual respect there that we both just have no idea how the other stuff works. So, but I really do appreciate it. It's like I said, I've been doing this for a while. I got started at when I was in college. I did work at a t-shirt shop, and I was pretty much self-taught on Illustrator before that. I had taken one class in college, but it was not like it was not much of a class. The teacher just, it was like this program exists is basically what I learned from the course. Everything else was just going online and learning it for myself, which fortunately I really loved the program. So I actually have sold TCG playmats, funny enough. So before we started, I started doing my art and selling it at conventions, I was doing Digimon playmat commissions for the Digimon card game, and I had to back away from it because the playmats were, I was charging at the time $100 for a commission, and initially it wasn't too big of a deal, but after, I don't know, probably 20 or 30 of them, I had started getting more and more elaborate with them, and I realized I was spending like, oh gosh, I don't even know. At a minimum, 15 hours on a playmat. And $100 for 15 hours of time is just not, like, I'm working for under minimum wage at that point. So I pretty much had to stop doing commissions that way, and just start focusing on, like, I want to make art for me, and if other people want to buy it, that's great. So but yeah, no, the playmats, I did really like working on them for a while. It was not a sustainable business, unfortunately. I either was going to need to start charging a lot more for my work, or I was going to have to start figuring out how to cut down on my time working on stuff, and neither of those felt realistic at the time, just because, like, the way this program works, things are sometimes just slow. Case in point, like, no, I do not want you to generate a colorful rocket ship. Thank you, Adobe. Yeah. Okay, so there's that stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go in and add shading to her hands here in a minute. And I think we're making some real progress here, though, guys. Like, this is... also, just so you can kind of see, I feel like I should show you this too. This is graphing tab. I one and had them pretty much ready to go. You can kind of see the shape breakouts here. That's what these super bright colorful ones are. This is just so I know where each major shape is at in the design. Once I had these and just like some basic colors, though, it was time to start kind of really actually working on them. And my computer, I think right before you joined, probably, my computer crashed. So these files are just, they wreak havoc on the system, and it's because the way I do these textures is probably not the most efficient, but I like that they're all vector, so, is what it is. But anyway, so I started these ages ago and finished these two. Sailor Moon was a recent finish. Sailor Venus was done before the end of the year last year, and then got a new computer to help with the crashing issue. Got a bunch of new streaming equipment. Got myself mobile on all this, and here we are, and here we're working. So anyway, but that's kind of where they started at. Okay, let's grab this one here. Been there before. Had a Ryzen 5 2600. Hey, I got a 2600X in my streaming desktop to my left here, and a GTX 2060 when they were newer in my laptop, and Illustrator was still a monster. Yeah, that's because Illustrator has had a memory leak for like a decade, and they still haven't fixed it. And so, like, the longer you work, and the more vector points you have on that page, the more likely it is to just fail on you. So, yeah, all right. But that's all right. My current setup it's kind of maybe not the best way to have gone about things, but I think it made the most sense. So I have a Asus ROG Flow 13 2023 edition. It's a mouthful. Basically, it's a 2-in-1 laptop that has a Ryzen 9 and an RTX 4070 mobile with 32 gigs of RAM. So in terms of like raw specs, it's like an upper mid-tier gaming laptop, somewhere in there. It's pretty beefy, but the big reason I got it is because it's a 2-in-1 gaming laptop, so I can also use it to do like line art when I'm drawing. So since these were such a long time ago, I don't even know that I have the line art for them anymore, but most of the time I'm working on something. Is probably on the show. So open this up. Typically I'll do my line art in Photoshop, which here is, let's turn off some of these there so you can see it all. This is what the line art looked like for this piece. So drawing everything in Photoshop and being able to use the 2-in-1 tablet meant that when I was portable, mobile, whatever, when I'm at a convention, I would, oh, and you know what, that's really tough to see. So wait a second, let's do this for you guys too. Opacity 100, bam, there you go. Now you can see it. Whenever I was like on the go, it's very possible. Give her as much as possible. Yeah, let me know if the audio is still acting funky. Test. Is it still acting funny? Maybe? I don't know. You're good. Okay. It's when you tab out of programs. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, anyway, to cut a long story short, 2-in-1 laptop, when I'm on the go and I'm being portable and all that stuff, I can just fold it over and I have a drawing tablet. So I didn't need to have, basically by buying this laptop, I replaced a desktop, I replaced a laptop, I replaced a drawing tablet, and I replaced a iPad all in one. Because I didn't need a tablet, I had an iPad, I didn't need a drawing tablet, it was a 2-in-1, I didn't need a laptop and a desktop because it was able to do both jobs, right? So once I decided I was going to start streaming though, like the thermals on it just couldn't keep up with Illustrator plus audio plus video plus encoding plus, it's just too much. So I got my old desktop out of storage and brought it back as a streaming machine, and so now I'm doing everything on the laptop still, but I have a capture card and a bunch of ways to capture the audio and transfer it over to the desktop. So it's kind of the all-in-one solution still, but not quite. So let me close that. But anyway, so that's where we're at with that though. So, oh no, we crashed again, I bet. Adobe has found a solution or workaround to a recent error. Okay. The solution is to close. That's about right. That's about right. Okay. I don't think I lost much because I don't think I've done much, but I do think it may be time to call it for the night. That just sounds like what's happening here. Cool. I think I may have even saved before it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I feel that for sure. I actually like, so similar idea but different kind of motivation, I guess. One of the reasons I've started streaming tonight is because I figured if I had a set schedule of like, I'm gonna work on something publicly at least one day a week, or you know, once every other week, or whatever I wind up doing with it, it means that I have to at least keep marching forward, right? I have to keep working towards something, because at the very, other people are here, they'll tune in, right? Even if it's only like 1 or 2 people, I'm not worried about making it like as a big streamer. Never even a concern of mine. I just want to have fun with it and you know, get to meet people and talk to people, because I love talking about art. It's always fun. So, but this makes me do it, right? So productivity is a big thing for me on that. So. That's the trick for sure. Everything's going good still. All right. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Finding motivation's hard. Making yourself stick to a schedule is not. So I think that there's a lot of artists who they think that they need to have motivation. What they actually need to have is discipline. And sometimes you have to find creative ways to be disciplined, but finding that discipline is the important thing. So very cool. All right, let's see if I can get a little bit more done before she crashes out completely. I think the mistake was opening Zelda. I've done that twice now. D&D NPCs, let's go. Okay, wait. We gotta take a look at this. Let's see. Ah, very cool. I'm getting like kind of like almost Poison Ivy vibes from it. Not quite, but kind of similar. Let me see. I can't open it on my stream because it's on the other computer right now. You know what? Let me see if I can do this section. Oh, that one's not updated. Okay. Yeah. 1 second. Let me go to... Let me find my chat here. 1 second. I'm doing on Twitch. OC Studios. Stream chat. There we go. Now I can open it up on here. Let's pull it up so other people can see. Bam! Yeah, definitely cleaned it up. See, I have no idea how any of this works. How this whole painting thing that you've got going on. I had no idea how that works. That's very cool. Very cool stuff. All right. Okay, copy that. Jump in. Paste. Paste down, click, clipping mask, get a little bit, bam. Paste, clipping mask. Ooh. Actually, let's rotate this one a bit. So it has a feel like it's a different splotch. There we go. Paste. Let's make it wide. So you do a sketch, then you clean it up, base flats, grayscale for skin, gradient map. Okay. So that's how you're doing it, is with gradient maps. That's a good workflow for sure. Do that, blend it, texture, a million layers, painting on top. Of course, like your shadows and stuff, highlight layers and stuff. A lot of trial and error. Yeah, I mean that's how I am with Illustrator too. Like I keep throwing stuff at the wall until eventually I'm like happy with what sticks. But I'm certainly not like coming into this with perfect knowledge of anatomy and you know, absolutely flawless understanding of space and you know, shadow and all that. I don't feel like I'm terrible at it, but I definitely could spend a lot more time working on my basics, as anyone can, really. Like you're always learning, you're always growing. Art is a never-ending process. So. But yeah, I mean, it's constant work. But the good news is it can be fun too, right? I will say, like, I'm glad this isn't my day job, because I feel like I would absolutely lose my mind if this was what I did all day, every day. Mostly just because I enjoy it right now, but as soon as it became like a job where there's like deadlines and expectations and it's a really quick way to lose the passion for it. So as it stands though, I work a 9 to 5, you know, day job at our local county, where I work in IT, and so like I have a stable career and good pay, and you know, it's not bad by any means. And so I can do my art on the side and just like have fun with it, which is great. Yeah, exactly. Like I did t-shirts for a little while, making when I was in college, and that was because it was like my parents were like, hey, you need to get a job, you're expensive. I was like, that's fair. I've had a job most of my life since I could work, and being in college, I should probably get back to it. So I went and got a job at a t-shirt shop, and when I first started, it was a ton of fun. And very quickly after I had been there for a few months, it was like, can these clients please just decide what they want for on their shirt, and when I send them the proof, if they don't like it, just tell me they don't like it, what they don't like about it, and we'll fix it. But don't be like hemming and hawing about and like, oh, maybe I like that, I don't know if I love, well, maybe I want that. No, just tell me what you want. Tell me what you want, I'll make you the shirt. And by the end of the being there, I was just like, I can't stand this. I don't want to do this ever again. So, but yeah, now I'm back to like enjoying the artwork, right? And that's what's important here. So. I guess I should do, man, I don't know. I think I'm probably just, this is a good stopping point for this. I've got 2 minutes left on the stream, like more like a minute and a half. So I think I'm just going to call the artwork for right now, and ask if anyone has any questions. Ask everyone what they thought, if they've been here. I've had a couple of people, I think, watching me most of the time. But yeah, always open to suggestions, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. What made me pick this series? So specifically, what made me pick Sailor Moon, I'm assuming. Well, like I said, I do a lot of art for conventions, and I would say that like consistently, every convention I go to, Sailor Moon has been super popular. It's just it's one of those evergreen, you know, classic anime that everyone grew up with, and even if you didn't grow up with it, it's such a legacy anime that you kind of have to have seen it if you watch anime, and so it's, or at the very least have been introduced to it culturally. And so just because it's so popular, and the designs for the characters are really fun, right? Like they're the classic magical girl, Japanese schoolgirl. Yeah, exactly, correct. So yeah, but yeah, like the designs are fun. The series is really whimsical and fun. The characters are super popular, and so it was just like, to me, it was one of those things where I felt like I needed to make something for it. We also have a friend in our kind of friend group that Sailor Moon was like huge for her. She's a really big Sailor Moon fan, so big that it was like the theme of her wedding was half Sailor Moon and half, I guess, like 25% Dragon Ball, 25% JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So I felt like she would enjoy it if I made it, so it was something that I could do for a friend, that would also probably translate hopefully to sales in the future, you know. I'm not doing it to get rich, but I need popular artwork to be able to even fund going to these conventions, because the booths sometimes are just expensive. We're doing Fan Expo Dallas later this year, and we're doing Comic Palooza later this year. So that's two huge conventions. The booth cost alone on those is about $450, $500, somewhere in there. Yeah, we're in Texas, so we're local to like the North Houston area. But yeah, we'll be doing those two conventions this year, and like I said, the booth cost on those about $450, plus hotel, which is, you know, a couple $200-$300 a night. So Northeast Houston area. Okay, I'm not gonna ask you to dox yourself on the internet, but there's a good chance that I either lived close to you at one point or currently live close to you. So but if you, hey, you know, if you want to Yeah, I grew up in Humble, so I'm no longer in the Humble area, but I did grow up in Humble. Am I hearing myself? That's weird. I thought I heard myself for a second. Anyway, but yeah, no, it's very cool. If you're in the area though, and you get a chance to make it to Comic Palooza this year. Yeah, I definitely hear myself. I wonder what's causing that. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, if you get to make it to Comic Palooza this year, please do. I'll be there, and you can see me at my booth, and we'll have a great time. Okay, I need to figure this out. She hates anime. Well, does she like comic books? Or pop culture? Because Comic Palooza is actually mostly, I would say it's more comic books and pop culture. So like Marvel and stuff like that. But there is a lot of anime too. Oh, I know what the echo is. Haha. When my computer crashed earlier, it did not remute Twitch. That's what it was. Okay. Echo's gone. You as well. Thanks for stopping by. So I'll probably be doing this next week as well. I may or may not be doing art. My plan is to maybe bounce between do art for 1 week, do a game for 1 week, do art for 1 week, do a game for 1 week, just to keep it different for me. But either way, feel free to stop by next week. I love nerd stuff and love D&D. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you soon. Have a good night, sir. And also, good night, everybody else. We have reached midnight, so I'm going to sign off for the night. And it's been kind of a cool experience. I never thought I'd enjoy doing this, but it was fun. Sat here and talked to myself for a long time. So anyway, thank you for joining me. Have a great night. Bye, everyone.